Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Adnan Syed walking home this morning after spending 23 years in prison. We will have live team coverage of the reaction to this decision and the next steps going forward in the case all morning long. Good morning on this September 20th. It's Tuesday. I'm Taylor Stewart. Now, look, I've been here from Miami just 1 week, and I got to tell you, the weather has really been holding up. Justin Chambers with our forecast this morning. I like it, but we're out of here. We're out of summer.
Well, not quite yet. We got a couple more days. Just hold the phone on that. We'll get there. And we're going to have some nice fall weather coming up later this week. So folks are, I think, excited about that. I know I am. Maybe you are as well, as we take you outside right now. Live look here this morning in Towson. Really didn't get much rain yesterday. Had some of those dark foreboding clouds in the afternoon, but overall didn't turn out to be much. And everything is nice and clear this morning. Temperature-wise, we're in the mid to upper 60s here. Towson and Baltimore right there at 69, 68 in Dundalk, and 67 in Brooklyn Park. So another mild morning, slightly cooler actually this afternoon, and we are tracking more rain later this week. So your morning drive, no issues here. Numbers in the mid to upper 60s through the morning, windows down for sure. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Taylor?
Now this morning, Adnan Syed is a free man, released after a Baltimore judge overturned his conviction for murder in the case of his high school classmate, Hae Min Lee. The case made famous by award-winning podcast Serial, which investigated the circumstances surrounding Syed's conviction.
He said he can't believe it's real.
Did he say what he's looking forward to at all?
I think he's looking forward to being with his family.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, Olivia Dans will join us live with the next steps going forward and how some are criticizing the current Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Turning now to a city in crisis. A Baltimore man has had it fighting off porch pirates. Now, it's a problem many people in Baltimore City and across the country were familiar with people stealing packages from your front porch. Now, it seems there's not much that can be done to stop them, and some residents here are at a loss.
Can't leave packages for more than a couple minutes. Usually it's clothing, things of that nature that could be $100 to $300 clothing.
By the time I get the delivery notification from Amazon that it's out there within, 5-10 minutes or so, come out to the door, it's gone.
That's so frustrating. Now a local contractor is making a difference in Baltimore City neighborhoods with a new contraption aimed at protecting delivered packages. Alejandro Espinoza is taking a step back from home improvements and turning his focus to creating a safe lock box. He hopes this will ward off the porch pirates.
So this is a prototype. I'm just focusing on making them tough, like resistant to the elements. Like if someone tries to break on it, they will break their hand before they can break into the box.
Anyone interested in purchasing one of these lock boxes can contact Alejandro directly. His contact information is on our website, foxbaltimore.com. You might want to do that quickly. I can see this being very useful. Now, back in December, Fox 45 News tried helping several residents in Fells Point, Federal Hill. We tried to help them catch the porch pirates as our hidden cameras caught a man stealing a package in front of a porch in Federal Hill. Now, a package we had delivered to her house just hours before. Now, we sent another package that was stolen even faster. And at that time, residents we spoke with said they don't usually report these kinds of crimes because they happen all too often. And they don't expect police will do anything about it.
I've just been told nothing's going to be done. Nothing's going to be done about it. I know there's a lot more serious crime that's happening that, the police are focused on. But it's very frustrating to constantly be a victim of theft and know that nothing's going to be done about it.
If you are a victim of a porch pirate, you're encouraged to report it to police. Continuing coverage this morning of last Friday's high-speed chase that ended with 3 juveniles in custody, the Baltimore City Police Department says it's reviewing their own policies and procedures to see if they were followed. Fox 45 News has learned all 3 suspects are from York County, Pennsylvania. Baltimore City Police say they led the police on a chase for more than 15 miles into Baltimore County. They were wanted in connection with an armed robbery in Pennsylvania. Former BPD Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson says armed robbery does not fit the criteria that allows officers to chase that vehicle in the first place.
Police supervisors are required to, essentially assert themselves in a supervisory way to determine, A, does the pursuit meet the criteria for an authorized pursuit? In this case, it looks like it did. And then B, to assert that supervisory oversight to make sure the pursuit is being conducted in a way that's safe to the public and to the individual police officers.
Fox 45 News sent questions to BPD asking for more details on that armed robbery. A spokesperson acknowledged our request but has not yet answered our questions. Baltimore City Council is calling for an informational hearing into the coordination between Baltimore Police Department, school police, and the Baltimore City Sheriff's Office. The council wants to hear from each agency about how they're working together to address the crime crisis in Baltimore and discuss ideas for how the agencies could work together a little better. Turning now to counties under pressure. In Prince George's County, police, schools, and city council members are coming together to talk about what needs to be done to curb juvenile crime. During a hearing, State's Attorney Aisha Bravard says 90% of juveniles caught committing crimes are first-time offenders or have not been caught before. Now, some county council members pointing to struggling schools as the driving factor behind juvenile crime.
That's alarming. And if you look at that, you can't be as surprised when you see that something's going on with some of our young people with crime.
According to a recent reporting from our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C., 95% of Prince George's County schools are not meeting grade level expectations for math. Fox 45's Baltimore project has been investigating the connection between struggling schools and crime in Baltimore City. Its latest report reveals some people believe a policy against arresting students is making the crime worse. Now, you can find that story and all of Project Baltimore's past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Alrighty, time is running out, but the Orioles still have a fighting chance for a final American League wild card. We've got 17 games left, 5 series, 3 of those at home, the last 3 games against the Blue Jays. Now, the Orioles 4.5 back from a wild card spot. The Birds welcomed the Detroit Tigers last night in a game that would end with O's fans disappointed. The Tigers starting off hot, scoring 6 by the end of the 4th inning. The Orioles not even getting a hit until the 7th inning. The Tigers crushing the Orioles 11-0. They'll have another chance at redemption tonight. First pitch at 7:05. We will keep you updated on the latest. We got to see that wind coming out here tonight for Baltimore. Baltimore City officials saying 250 lives lost to violence this year. Why the department says they need to shift their resources. Plus, a sunny and warm day ahead with temperatures in the 80s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know our forecast as we wind down this summer season.
Welcome back, everybody. 4:40 is your time right now on your Tuesday morning, looking out over the Inner Harbor on our live cam right now. Not a bad start to your morning. Want to get that run or that jog in over the next couple of hours. You're looking at numbers mainly in the 60s. We'll take a look at our temperatures today and our next chance for rain rolling in coming up.
Making headlines this morning, a 7.6 magnitude earthquake rocking southwestern coast of Mexico. Now, several buildings near the epicenter of the quake were damaged. Mexico's president confirming one person was killed when the wall of this store collapsed. That quake also triggered tsunami warnings, with officials saying powerful waves were possible in parts of Mexico's coast. It comes on the anniversary of two major deadly earthquakes that struck the country in 1989 and recently 2017. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, the relocation of illegal migrants making headlines. We have the former head of Border Protection here to weigh in, plus the latest fentanyl drug numbers coming across the border. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, every single day in the week, 6 to 9 a.m. A Maryland man stabbed to death over a chicken sandwich. Still ahead after the break, how the case is moving forward 3 years later.
Quiet quitting. Everyone is talking about it, but is it real? And who needs to fix it? I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. We dive into both next.
In your consumer news this morning, okay, wait, did you know about this? Quiet quitting. It's the latest buzz phrase that you can't escape on social media and even at work. National Desk Angela Brown shows us this morning what the outgoing trend is and how it's impacting employers.
It's become a confession. Employees whisper to each other around the water cooler. They're quietly quitting. But career strategist Julie Balke says the term is a little deceiving.
People are actually setting boundaries. They're doing their job, but they're not necessarily willing to do somebody else's job or 50% more than their job. So it's a little bit different than what it sounds.
So what exactly is quiet quitting? Experts say it's an employee not being engaged, still performing, but only doing what's required in their job description. For nearly 20 years, Mark Bellino has studied the relationship between employees and employer and says it poses a problem for companies.
We do need people who are willing to kind of go beyond or to even do the things that are in their job description at a really high level.
A new poll from Gallup found that quiet quitters make up at least 50% of the U.S. workforce.
And now that we've got this situation where we've got a talent shortage, which has caused people's workloads to increase because the jobs around them are not getting filled, and so the extra work falls to them.
But quiet quitting is nothing new. Gallup has been tracking worker engagement for years, and in 2016, before the pandemic, found that 71% of millennials were not engaged in the workforce back then either. An old problem with a new name that some say is an indicator of poor management.
If they're not going above and beyond for the employee, I don't know why they would expect the employee to go above and beyond for them.
Apparently, quiet quitting is not just for workers. A new survey found that a third of college students report quiet quitting, putting their mental health and work-life balance over schoolwork. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
In other consumer news, if you're wanting more, a new home built for you that makes it happen, don't feel too confident right now about the market. Confidence among single-family home builders keeps falling. The National Association of Home Builders and Wells Fargo, the housing index shows home building sentiment fell 3 points this month to 46. That makes it 9 straight months of falling confidence and the lowest levels since May of 2014. A reading below 50 is negative. The Federal Reserve says they'll meet this week and base interest rates are likely to go up again. Now, let's get right over to Justin Chambers with a look at your forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. And we are taking a look at temperatures that aren't too bad right now. Overall, on the right side of your screen, we have a lot of us that are in the 60s this morning, and we are looking mainly clear as we look out over the Inner Harbor. Officially, at BWI, we're actually at 69 degrees. No wind to speak of, but the dew point at 63. We're going to keep those dew points in the 60s this morning, but eventually getting back down to the 50s in terms of our dew point temps. So that means our mugginess trend, we've got some more comfortable air that'll be in place for today. Tomorrow and into Thursday, we'll get a little bit more humidity, especially as our next system rolls in, our next weather maker. But look what happens Friday and Saturday. We're going to have that drier and cooler air, and it will definitely feel like fall, especially when you wake up on Friday morning. Here's a look at your Rise and Shine cast, waking up with us on a Tuesday morning. I'd love for it to be Friday, but it's not quite there yet. Upper 60s here over the next couple of hours. Sun comes up at 6:53 this morning and goes to bed just a little bit after 7 o'clock. So we're getting closer to the 12 hours of day and night in that autumnal equinox, which is coming later this week. 85 for our high today. We actually hit 87 yesterday, so after a mild morning leading to a nice afternoon, and those temperatures still above average. Typically 79 is where we are for September 20th. You can see that average high right there, so lower 80s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 82 in Chestertown, 81 Stevensville, 83 for you in Annapolis this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, the low to mid 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., 81 if you're heading down the ocean, and even lower 80s for Western Maryland out toward Cumberland. All right, so here's a look at our future scan. We're going to stay dry. This is behind that front that came through yesterday and brought us that cloud cover. So more sun today. Tomorrow we'll get a little bit warmer. We'll have more of that kind of southerly flow, so it will definitely feel a little stickier on Wednesday afternoon. The next weather maker is the stronger cold front coming in early Thursday morning. That's going to lead to a wet commute on Thursday about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning with some of those showers left over through the middle part of the day. But behind that, we will definitely be drier and quite a bit cooler. And that's going to be that change that I just talked about as we head into the brand new season. Now, fall doesn't officially begin until Thursday night. I've got the pumpkin spice latte right there on fall for Thursday, but the first day of fall will be Friday, and you're going to feel it. Look at those numbers. 85 today, upper 80s tomorrow, and then lower 80s Thursday with those showers in the morning time. We're only in the lower 70s on Friday, and Saturday looks great too with temps in the mid 70s for the final weekend of September. Taylor?
Gotta buy a coat. All right, now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, taking a live look here at those roadways. Oh, look at that, lovely, clear. Folks are not even out the door yet, but we will update you if some incidents emerge here this morning. Let's go ahead and check on mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hey, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden Train 840 and Camden Train 841, both canceled due to freight train congestion. Be aware of that out there. It'll allow a little extra time. You can use the Penn line instead for those trains that are not running. The Penn line is an option out there. On Light Rail Link, look for a 15-minute delay from end to end, and on Metro Subway Link for the start on time service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Nad Zayed waking up at home this morning, his home, after his murder conviction was tossed out. Why critics are now questioning the timing by the city state's attorney.
Is the president's optimism about the economy warranted or off base? I'm Atrell Nashar on Capitol Hill with a look at his prediction of where things are headed. About the economy warranted or off base? I'm Atrell Nashar on Capitol Hill with a look at his prediction of where things are headed.
Making headlines this morning, the Maryland man convicted of murdering someone for cutting in line during a fast food restaurant sandwich craze will spend the next 22 years in prison. That's how police described the situation back in November 2019. A jury convicted 32-year-old Rico Mclean for stabbing and killing 27-year-old Kevin Davis outside an Oxon Hill Popeyes. The prosecutors say the victim's mother addressed her son's killer with grace.
Kevin's mother told the defendant today in court that she would pray for him, that she is going to pray every single day for him, and that she hopes that he will be rehabilitated.
Now, the story of this stabbing went viral at the time, with crowds at Popeyes here and across the country. You remember that chicken sandwich. Now, in our national news this morning, we're taking a live look from the White House following big statements from the president on CBS's 60 Minutes. Now, that includes the president saying COVID-19 pandemic is over. Last week, the World Health Organization said the end of the pandemic is in sight, but the U.S. remains under a public health emergency. The president acknowledged the U.S. still has a problem with the virus. Also, in that interview, the president detailed what he can do to help prevent a recession. The Federal Reserve is expected to raise interest rates again this week. Sinclair correspondent Arthur Allen Shar has a look at what the president said and how it compares with the stress many Americans are feeling.
In this moment of economic uncertainty, with a potential recession looming, President Biden showing a steady hand.
Is the economy going to get worse before it gets better? No.
The president's answer comes after the stock market had its worst week in months. Investors spooked by worse than expected inflation data at a new annual rate of 8.3%. Nerves high ahead of action by the Fed later this week, widely expected to roll out another aggressive interest rate hike. A tough call for the central bank either way. Raise rates and risk slowing the economy into recession, or do nothing and allow prices to soar. President Biden describes his role in preventing a recession.
Continue to grow the economy. And we're growing the economy. It's growing in a way that it hasn't in years and years.
But economic data tells a more complicated story. Gross domestic product has actually had negative growth for 2 consecutive quarters, after 6 straight quarters of rapid growth, which many economists say was unsustainable. 2 areas of consistent growth: jobs and manufacturing.
We're growing entire new industries. 695, I think it is, or 85,000 new manufacturing jobs just since I become president of the United States.
Polls show the economy is a vulnerability for Democrats here on Capitol Hill who are up for re-election. A new NBC survey shows that voters favor Republicans on the issue, but when asked which party they want to control Congress, Democrats and Republicans got equal support.
I'm Nancy Mace, and I have had it with crazy inflation.
Now it's a 7-week sprint to Election Day.
That's from the people who push bad trade deals with China. I vote against them every single time.
Each side working to convince voters they're the ones who can restore economic stability, while the Fed fights its own battle against inflation. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atrell Nishar reporting.
Your gas and electric prices will be also going up. Natural gas prices have soared from global supply shortages, and they're expected to stay high for months. As we get closer to winter, look out for those price hikes. Now, the Energy Information Administration estimates electricity will average 14 points and 8 cents per kilowatt this year. That's up 7.5% from last year. And electric prices may hit new highs. It may hit England even harder. A lot of the region's renewable energy resources are not up and running yet, and it's people who heavily rely on natural gas for production. In other national news, Republican lawmakers are standing by the decision to send migrants to sanctuary cities and blasting Democrats at their outrage over the relocation. Congresswoman Alexandria Cortez says long push for changes to immigration and a path to citizenship on Twitter. She said it's appalling the far right decided to commit crimes against humanity before an election. Republican Representative Beth June saying shipping migrants has shed light on the humanitarian crisis at the border.
The other issue is you finally have Democrats who have been saying that there is no border crisis, open borders, sanctuary cities are great. You finally have those Democrat mayors finally saying we do have a crisis, this is an emergency.
Representative Ocasio-Cortez indicated her district in New York City has and would continue to welcome migrants. However, New York City Mayor Eric Adams said if the influx of migrants is causing the city system to near its breaking point, it'll...
National desk wants hits now, too. Adnan Syed's a free man for the first time in over 20 years, but the next 30 days are critical. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain why.
Violence continuing to plague Baltimore City as we see the bloody cycle continue into the fall. How police department is helping attempt to combat the rising crime levels.
And temperatures not too bad this morning. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for the final few days of summer right here on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like another great day. At least a little bit cooler when you step outside this morning.
Well, let's get to it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
Yeah, not too bad, guys. Good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone, as we get you into your Tuesday here. And now looking forward to the middle of the week. And these are the last few days of summer, as I just mentioned. Overall, as we go outside right now, there it is, our Towson camera. Everything is looking good. No issues on the roads, and everything is nice and dry here. Temperatures are in the 60s, a few lower 70s out there for Westminster and Annapolis. So some of you a little bit cooler and some of us a little bit warmer. So a mild morning for us today, slightly cooler by the time we head toward the afternoon. And we are tracking rain that's moving in later this week, right as we transition into autumn. Our morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours. Definitely get the windows down on your way to work or school. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about that and that first weekend of fall, how that's shaping up. That's coming up in just a few minutes from right now. How we looking on the roads, Tom?
Looking pretty good around the Baltimore region. Back from the Lynn, Stoller traffic networks, taking a look at some of the areas that we picked out for you. Some of the cameras there showing everyone's moving along just fine. This morning, Adnan Syed is waking up at home for the first time in 23 years. Syed had been serving a life sentence for the 1999 murder of his high school classmate, Heyman Lee. Now, this isn't the conclusion, though, of this case at the center of the popular Serial podcast.
Fox 45 News found this video posted to Twitter showing Syed at home eating leftovers from the family fridge. We have extensive live team coverage on this case as we await the next steps going forward.
In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with the reaction surrounding this decision.
But we begin with Olivia Dance this morning. She joins us live from Circuit Court with more on what comes next. Olivia.
Yesterday, Adnan Syed walked down these steps and he was greeted by cheers and applause, and he's a free man for the first time in over 20 years. But the next 30 days are critical for this case. Judge Finn, who chose to vacate his conviction, is giving prosecutors 30 days to decide whether to retry Syed or to dismiss the case altogether.
We're not yet declaring Adnan Syed is innocent, but we are declaring that in the interest of fairness and justice, he is entitled to a new trial.
State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby spoke outside the courthouse after the ruling, and last week her office filed a motion to vacate Syed's conviction and grant him a new trial. The move was sparked by prosecutors accusing the state of failing to properly turn over evidence and raising questions about possible suspects.
If that evidence had been disclosed, perhaps Adnan would not have missed his high school graduation.
But the Maryland Attorney General disputes these allegations, saying, quote, neither State's Attorney Mosby nor anyone from her office bothered to consult with either the Assistant State's Attorney who prosecuted the case or with anyone in my office. The file in this case was made available on several occasions to the defense. End quote. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens over the next 30 days. But in the meantime, Syed and his family are just enjoying his time back home. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. And reaction pouring into our newsroom this morning.
That's right. Taylor Stewart is live in our live center, and she's got what it is that people are saying about the overturned conviction. Taylor. All right, Taylor, we're going to get back to you in those reactions in just a bit. But turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore City has now seen 250 lives lost to violence. That is 7 more than the same time last year. 3 people were shot within an hour and a half of each other last night. A 26-year-old man was shot in the head just after 6:30 in Northwest Baltimore. His condition is unknown. Then, just after 8, a double shooting along North Wolf Street in East Baltimore that left 2 people hurt.
Amid the violence, City Council moving forward with a plan to establish new boundaries for the Baltimore Police Department districts. Supporters, including Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, say it's all about correcting the inequity of resources from one police district to another.
Bottom line is that it's important that public safety resources are distributed equitably across the city. And this piece of legislation that was championed by then Councilman Scott and now Mayor Scott is going to do just that. It's going to provide equitable resources across the entire city.
While some council members are in full support of the plan, others are hesitant, fearing the change could rattle well-established police-community relations.
You're building that level of trust and relationships with your fellow officers, and you feel as though you can pick up the phone and talk to your fellow officers who's patrolling the street. There's a relationship that's built right there. And what we're seeing now is that you're taking these officers away and you're putting them in districts where no one knows who they are.
Well, council members voted in favor of advancing the proposal, with council members Glover, Stokes, and Costello in opposition. A final vote expected next month.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we're getting our first look at what a new police force for Johns Hopkins University could look like. The draft of a document outlining how it would work with Baltimore City Police says the force would be limited to 100 officers across the Homewood, East Baltimore, and Peabody locations. Officers would patrol streets and sidewalks. They would be subject to the same federal consent decree that city police follow. The formation of a department was announced in 2020, but delayed in the wake of protests following George Floyd's death. There will be 3 town halls over the next 10 days. We have that information on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Gubernatorial candidates in the hot seat as they try to gain support from Marylanders. Coming up after the break, the latest push that some say is controversial.
Our temperatures are mild this morning, and we are taking a look at what we're going to see later today, the last few days of summer, and the big cool down that's ahead later this week. We're going to break all that down for you coming up. Please stay with us. .509 is your time right now on your Tuesday morning. I like to call it Hump Day Eve because it's almost the middle of the week. Here's a look outside from the top of the Transamerica building. Overall, not too bad right now. I will tell you, we're not going to have rain until Thursday, so if you want to get the sprinklers on, make sure to do that this morning. Numbers will stay in the mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours. I know those lawns are getting a little brown out there with the lack of rain that we've had. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Turning now to counties under pressure. Maryland Attorney General Brian Frost identifying the victim and officers involved in a deadly police shooting in Anne Arundel County over the weekend.
Police say they responded to calls of someone shooting a gun from the woods outside of a house. When the suspect came out of the woods, police say he shot at officers who returned fire, killing him.
Suspect identified as 48-year-old Anthony Hopkins Sr. And the Attorney General also identifying 5 officers in the case. You can find their names on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
It is out of this world what the newest images from the James Webb Space Telescope are revealing about the planet Mars.
And what issues are on the minds of Maryland voters as we near the November elections? New Goucher poll sharing some insight. 5:10 is the time.
.513 and turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. The Republican looking to be Maryland's next governor is taking swipes at his Democratic opponent, Westmore.
Dan Cox standing with the family of the other Westmore and the title of the candidate Moore's first book. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost was first to report on the concerns about this book months ago. She has the latest push from Cox.
The concerns all center around this book and the back cover where the author had written it was about 2 boys from Baltimore. That wording has since been changed, and his opponent, Republican Dan Cox, held a news conference outside of City Schools headquarters because the book itself is part of the curriculum for some high school students across Baltimore. And now Cox says he wants the book pulled. The Other Westmore, the book title of gubernatorial hopeful Westmore's first book, and at the center of controversy.
It's inappropriate to be presenting material that is really fictional campaign material as part of a curriculum.
Delegate Dan Cox, Republican gubernatorial hopeful, says the inconsistencies with his opponent's book, highlighted by months of Fox 45 News' investigations, are reason why Moore should not win the election. Cox focusing on the back cover, which was later changed at the request of Moore around the same time he started talking about running for governor.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Standing by Cox, the family of the other Westmore, who's currently in prison. In April, the same family spoke exclusively with Fox 45 News about the concerns with the candidate and author Moore using their story in his book.
It's a bunch of trash. It's a fabrication. You know, he embellished a tragedy to use to make his triumph, if you would, right?
Cox also highlighting the fact that the book is required reading in high schools across Baltimore. Fox 45 News previously reporting that in 2018, the book was required reading for 9th graders. And in 2020, the city bought just over 4,600 copies of The Other Westmore. From 2010 to 2019, the city spending more than $15,000 on copies of the book and field trips to see Moore speak in person. When pressed on the issues, Moore says he stands by his stories.
I don't think I'd let the narrative continue.
Despite the investigations bringing these inconsistencies to light, Moore going on to win the crowded Democratic primary. When asked why he thinks voters will care now,
it was a divided primary on the Democratic side. When you see the larger view of Maryland and they hear these issues and they hear the concerns that you've raised and that others have raised, it's going to resonate.
Moore maintains the stories about how two people could have very different outcomes in their lives. After the event, the Westmore campaign issued a statement calling the event really a desperate attempt to distract voters from what they say is happening on the campaign trail. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
A new Goucher poll shows Westmore has about a 20-point lead over Dan Cox. Fox 45 News asked Delegate Cox about the poll. He says he's not worried about the numbers.
We see a couple points. Number one, Mr. Westmore spent more than $8 million, and I'm running this close to him, and I've only spent $500,000. We are coming for him. We're going to win. We're excited. Our ground troops are out there. We have a grassroots movement that's very fired up, and just wait and see. We're going to win this one.
Westmore responded to the poll in a statement saying his campaign isn't taking those numbers for granted.
Well, take a look at this. A breathtaking new look at Mars from the James Webb Space Telescope.
That telescope is actually managed right here in Baltimore.
Yeah, and the Webb telescope capturing these images of Mars, one of the brightest objects in the night sky. They're the telescope's first images of the red planet, showcasing various features like Mars' dark volcanic rocks and two of its bigger impact craters.
NASA believes Webb is in the perfect position to capture even more about Mars, including its seasonal changes, dust storms, and weather. It's 5:17 now. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Look what you guys got behind you.
Mars.
Yeah, that's cool.
You got a beautiful Baltimore behind you.
I do, and you guys know, I mean, I was very excited when that telescope went off on Christmas Day. I was here, we watched it launch, and now we're so excited to get these awesome images. Those images, guys, I mean, they are just so impressive. You think, oh my gosh, this thing is way up there and taking these amazing pictures to show us what's going on. So pretty cool stuff there, and actually not too bad right now. Our numbers here in the 60s. You can always see those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. Got some forecast info on the bottom as well. That way you know exactly how it's going to shape up in your neighborhood as you get out on this Tuesday morning. Our temperatures officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. That's where the number comes from, 69 in Baltimore. Other cities are a little bit cooler and others are just a little bit warmer. So 63 is your dew point temp. Today we will have some drier air in place. So I know yesterday afternoon we got some of those dark foreboding clouds that looked like it was going to rain, and some of us got a couple of sprinkles, but that's about it, as we really didn't see much happening. That's because the cold front is now moving through. That's the front right there. We've got a ridge of high pressure back behind that over the upper Midwest, and that's going to continue to dry us out later today. There is another system that we're tracking, our next weather maker. That's going to bring some rain to us later this week. As the kids get out to the bus stop, honk, honk. There we go. 67 by 7 a.m. Lower 80s into the noon hour and recess, and we'll see those temperatures in the mid 80s when you pick the kids up for school this afternoon at the bus stop. Maybe you want to get out for some lacrosse practices, some golf, some football, soccer, whatever whatever you got going on, should be an excellent day for that. Outdoor activities aplenty, including some golf out there. 73 by 9 a.m., lower 80s by noontime golfers, and you can hit the links there, excuse me, nicely with temperatures in the mid 80s for the afternoon. Let's check some of those numbers. 79 is typically where we are for September 20th. A lot of us are going to be in the upper 70s and lower 80s, right at the average number in the Hereford zone, but lower 80s for Towson over to Perry Hall and White Marsh, 84 in Dundalk, mid 80s for Baltimore out through Catonsville this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're in the low to mid 80s for Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Odenton, Severna Park at 83, Annapolis in at 84 later today. And even for you in Hartford and Cecil counties, you'll keep those lower 80s going. So slightly above average here, but plenty of sunshine for us later this afternoon. Let's take a look at our temperature tracker. Notice what's going on. I mean, look at this graphic right here. You can see those temperatures that will rise tomorrow and even Thursday still stay above average, but we take a big dip. And when I dip, you dip, we dip all the way down into 71 on Friday. So that's well below average. Into Saturday, we start to creep up a little bit. And then in the second half of the weekend and into next week, those numbers come back up near average. Here's a look at what's going on with our future scan. The cold front passing through. We're dry and we're warmer tomorrow. You'll get a little bit more cloud cover by tomorrow afternoon. That's ahead of the next weather maker. And here comes that stronger cold front early Thursday morning. By about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, we're going to have some scattered rain showers. So it's going to be a wet commute on Thursday, and then throughout the day, a little more overcast with some of the leftover showers. But behind that, the drier and much cooler air is working in right on cue for the brand new season of autumn. This is Hurricane Fiona, and this just got upgraded to a Category 3 storm. It is now a major hurricane. It is at the Turks and Caicos Islands. It is going to be heading out to the open waters of the Atlantic and heading toward Bermuda with 115-mile-an-hour winds right now, expected to get to a Category 4 storm. Thankfully, the storm is out in the middle of the Atlantic, but it is going to impact Bermuda and potentially even Nova Scotia and Halifax there as we get into the end of the week and the weekend. So our friends in Canada will have to keep our eyes on that. All right, here's our 7-day forecast. Got your PSL right there on Thursday. Fall doesn't begin till Thursday night, so the first day of fall is really Friday. We're going to wake up in the 50s Friday morning and only get to 71 Friday afternoon. Talk about crisp. That will be pretty nice. Tom, not just for apples, but other things.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Justin. Yeah. Now to your traffic edge and your Lynn Stoller traffic network cameras here. And you can see everybody's moving along just fine. No major issues at all to report out on the roads in the Baltimore region. For a check of your mass transit, though, we've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Tuesday, Mark.
Happy Tuesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden trains 840 and 841 canceled this morning due to CSX transportation congestion, freight congestion. Allow time for travel out there or use the Penn line of MARC instead in those instances of those cancellations. Those are the morning ones, but there are also afternoon cancellations on the Camden line as a result of the congestion. Out there on Light Rail Link, look for about a 15-minute delay in both directions of that service. Metro Subway Link off and running on time. No delays in either direction between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark. Montana's health department making big moves for the transgender community. After the break, the judge's decision that challenges a former rule by the governor's administration.
New developments in the high-speed chase through Baltimore, ending with 3 juveniles in custody. How an armed robbery is the reason officers could chase that vehicle in the first place. 5:22 is the time. 5:25 now in your national news this morning. Montana's health department says it will allow transgender people to change the gender on their birth certificates. State health officials agreeing to follow the ruling handed down by a Montana judge last week. The judge's decision blocked a rule adopted by the Republican governor's administration that denied changes for transgender people, even if they went through gender confirmation surgery. The state previously said it would defy the judge's decision to temporarily allow changes, but now says it will comply.
Now, the judge overseeing the sentencing trial of Florida school shooter will not step down. Circuit Judge Elizabeth Asher rejecting a motion by his attorneys who accused her of being biased and prejudicing the jury. The shooter pled guilty to murdering 17 people at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. Last week, the judge chewed out the lead defense attorney, calling her team unprofessional when they unexpectedly rested their case. Now, this was not in front of the jurors, but the trial is set to resume a week from today. The jury is deciding whether the confessed shooter gets life in prison or the death penalty.
Like that person that got their medicine stolen, if I can find it, I'll build one for her.
A plan to stop porch pirates, how one resident is taking matters into his own hands with a new invention.
Adnan Syed is a free man after the state's attorney filed a motion to vacate his conviction, but now some are questioning her timing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:41 is your time right now. We're 19 minutes away in front of 6 o'clock, and it is Tuesday morning, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed yesterday. I know we had some of that cloud cover around. Those clouds have rolled out of here as we look over our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in Towson, and your temperatures are not too bad. In fact, if you want to get the yard work done, maybe get some gardening, some fall planting, this morning looks good. Notice our temperatures do rise back into the mid-80s later this afternoon. We're going to break this down a bit further for you and talk about our next chance for rain. That's coming up in just a few. Patrice?
5:41 now, and turning to counties under pressure. In Prince George's County, police, schools, and county council members are coming together to talk about what needs to be done to curb juvenile crime.
During a hearing, State's Attorney Aisha Brayboy says 90% of juveniles caught committing crimes are first-time offenders or have not been caught before.
Some county council members pointing to struggling schools as a driving factor behind juvenile crime.
That's alarming. And if you look at that, you can't be as surprised when you see that something's going on with some of our young people with crime.
Now, according to recent reporting from our Sinclair sister station out of Washington, D.C., 95% of Prince George's County schools are not meeting grade level expectations for math.
Fox 45's Project Baltimore has been investigating the connection between struggling schools and crime in Baltimore City. Its latest report reveals some people believe a policy against arresting students is making the juvenile crime problem worse. You can find that story and all of Project Baltimore's past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Adnan Syed waking up at home this morning after his murder conviction was tossed out, why critics are now questioning the timing by City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby.
As we continue to track Hurricane Fiona and its impacts on Puerto Rico, how Maryland first responders are helping with relief. 5:42 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.45, time is running out, but the Orioles still have a fighting chance for the final American League wild card.
All right, so there's 16 games left, 5 series, 3 of them at home, the last 3 games against the Blue Jays.
The Orioles 5 back from that wild card spot. The Birds welcomed the Detroit Tigers last night in a game that would end with O's fans disappointed.
Tigers starting off hot, too, scoring 6 by the end of the 4th. The Orioles not even getting a hit until the 7th.
The Tigers crushing the Orioles 11-0. They'll have another chance at redemption, though, tonight. First pitch is at 7:05. 11-0. You got to overcome a lot with that. Your morale.
You do.
But hey, today is it's a new day. Every day you can do it.
It's a good thing about baseball. They play like 1,000 times in a season.
But here's the thing, guys. I mean, look, the beginning of the season, we were like, oh, this is another rebuilding year. Next year, we're going to, we've been in it most of the year. And we're in late September, and we're still talking about the potential of us still making the playoffs. So, I mean.
So that's a win.
I think that's a win. No matter what happens. I know Trey Mancini comes back on Thursday right there at Camden Yards. So, and we're 5 games back. Yeah, got to get the wins, though. That's what's got to happen. We just got to get the pitching, and we got to get the hitting, and not lose to the Tigers 11-0. Either way, yes, back at it tonight at Camden Yards. Should be a great night for baseball here in Charm City. Tomorrow night's game, nice as well. A little different weather coming later this week, which we'll talk about here in a few moments. 69 is your current temp at BWI. Notice the dew point there at 63 degrees. Now, dew points today are actually going to drop a little bit. So even though we're in the 60s now, we'll be back in the 50s later today, which means drier air is going to be in place. And then the dew points start creeping back up into Wednesday, especially on Thursday. That's going to be our day where rain rolls in. But notice there's no dew point readings here into Friday and Saturday. That's because it's below 50 degrees. So that is dry air that will be in place, and it will definitely feel like fall right as we get into fall. The season begins on Thursday night. Here's a look at our HD radar right now. This is the cold front that came through yesterday. It brought a few of those dark clouds and a couple of stray sprinkles here and there, but overall really not much that we saw out of that yesterday. Look at your bus stop forecast as the kids get back to school this morning. 67 when you drop them off today. Maybe a light jacket, but overall really don't need anything this afternoon. We're talking about lower 80s by noontime and mid 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour today. Now, you got a couple of good days left for your pool cast today and tomorrow. Notice on Thursday, we got the rain that's rolling in, so that's not going to be the best day to hang by the pool. But these are the last couple of days of summer officially, so let's get after it. 79 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us in Central Maryland in the low to mid 80s. For Westminster and Bel Air out through Elkton, 82 in Chestertown, 81 in Stevensville across the Bay Bridge. And up and down the 95 corridor, Philly, Baltimore, and D.C. in the low to mid 80s, 77 in New York City, and 60s in Boston today. Great day to fly today, pilots. VFR conditions all day. We're talking visual flight rules. Little northerly wind is going to pick up this afternoon. That's what's going to help to bring in some of the drier air. That's because the cold front has exited stage right. Here we come for tomorrow. We're going to stay dry, but you'll get a little bit more cloud cover into tomorrow afternoon. And kind of hard to see, but there's some red lines on here indicating that we're seeing that wind pick up from the south. Then the cold front comes through. This is a stronger cold front that's coming in into early Thursday morning, and that means we're going to have by about 7, 8, 9 o'clock some scattered showers around. So it'll be a wet drive to work and school on Thursday, and we stay kind of overcast through Thursday afternoon before all of that rolls out of here, and then really changing up our weather pattern as we head into the final weekend of September and the first weekend of fall. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. 85 today, 87 tomorrow, and then those numbers start coming back down, waking up in the 50s on Friday morning. Some of us will be in the 40s with high temps in the lower 70s, and then even mid-70s Saturday. So, again, the first weekend of fall is looking spectacular for outdoor activities. Patrice?
All right, well, let's see if it's looking spectacular on the roads right now. At this early hour, the answer is yes. We're in the green as we look at our drive times. Your longest commute, just 9 minutes. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train number 841 canceled and Penn train 407 operating with about a 5-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Link, looking good for the commute. It's on time at present. Metro Subway Link checking in on schedule in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Baltimore City officially seeing 250 lives lost to violence this year, while the police department says they need to shift their resources.
President Biden facing some challenges from within his own party on how to keep America's energy supply in check. I'm Scott Thuman in Washington to explain.
.553 and in your consumer news. Our electric bills are set to rise even more as we head into the winter months. The Energy Information Administration expecting the residential price of electricity will jump 7.5% from last year. Eversource Energy, a utility company in the Northeast, has doubled its electric rates in New Hampshire and says it will remain at that level through January. National Energy Assistance Director is forecasting the highest winter heating season in a decade with a 35% jump in costs.
Part of the reason that you're paying less at the pump these days is due to moves from the White House. The president tapping into the nation's strategic oil reserves is one of them. But now there is demand for even more help from people in his own party.
As Sinclair's chief political correspondent shows us, that's creating some difficult decisions for President Biden.
A welcome sight for millions as gas prices continue to drop, helping counter inflation that's hurting so many.
It saves me about 10 to 15 bucks, so I'm really happy about the new prices. It's going down a little bit.
But will they keep going down?
What can you do to keep that price down?
Remember, I got some criticism for releasing 1 million barrels of oil a day from a strategic petroleum reserve. And then along came the industry saying they'd produce another 1 million barrels a day by the spring. So I think we're in relatively good shape.
But not everyone is so confident. The nation's emergency supply has dropped to 434 million barrels, the lowest since 1984. While that drawdown is scheduled to end in October, some Democrats want to keep it going, writing to Biden along with the war in Russia. Hurricane season could bring further disruptions to domestic oil production. We urge your administration to commit to releasing additional barrels through the end of this year at a minimum. Republicans, though, called it a gimmick from the start.
It's another Hail Mary pass by a president who is desperately trying to deal with the problems he created.
The oil industry says the president spent too long discouraging domestic production.
I would call for the president and others to look at what we're seeing in Europe, look at some of the signals we're even seeing in our own country, and acknowledge that a different conversation is necessary.
Biden still pushing a more green mentality, announcing last week almost $1 billion will be used to install 500,000 electric car charging stations across 35 states, making cross-country trips more of a reality.
The Great American Road Trip is going to be fully electrified.
A lot of pressure on President Biden right now. Analysts at J.P. Morgan warning that with demand still outpacing supply, a barrel of oil right now in the high 80s could cost $150 next year. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
The value of $1 is near a 2-decade high compared to 5 other major currencies. Experts say the rise affects nearly everyone. So what does it mean to say that the dollar is stronger? Basically, $1 can buy more of another currency than it could before. It helps U.S. shoppers by capping prices for imports and gives U.S. travelers abroad more bang for their buck. A stronger dollar may squeeze the profits of U.S. companies that sell overseas. Many commodities like gold and oil are bought and sold in dollars across the world.
Now, if you paid down your student debt during the pandemic, meaning after March 13, 2020, you can get a refund and apply for loan forgiveness under President Biden's plan. If you paid your loans down to just below $10,000 or $20,000 as a Pell Grant recipient, you may automatically get them paid off. In fact, check your balance at studentaid.gov. Then you can apply to get the rest of your debt forgiven.
Adnan Syed is a free man for the first time in over 20 years, but the next 30 days are critical. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why.
Baltimore City has now seen 250 lives lost to violence. Just ahead, the city council plans to establish boundaries for the Baltimore Police Department districts.
And as we step into another day, we'll take a look at your temperatures that are going to be nice for the last couple days of summer. But how do we shape up later this week? Got the answer for you on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers. And it's always amazing the comments that come out right before we come back on air, especially coming from the Weather Center.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is always fired up around here, always.
What are you talking about, cat videos?
I don't know. I heard something in your tablets over there. I thought one of you were watching a cat video. That's what I thought.
No.
So I was
all right, I got you.
That's all I was saying.
It was an interview.
Okay.
With 2 politicians.
Well, I can understand the confusion then.
See?
Right, yeah,
Thank you, Tom.
All right.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you. I hope you are enjoying your morning so far. Hey, we're live and local all the way till 10 a.m., so we appreciate you making us a part of your morning routine as you get up and at 'em here in Towson. There's our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Everything looking good right now down York Road. Not a lot of folks out there quite yet. And you can see temperatures statewide are mainly in the 60s. It's actually a little bit warmer this morning than we were yesterday, but it still feels nice out there. 66 in Baltimore City, 69 in Annapolis, and you're waking up at 64 in Bel Air. So as you get out for your morning drive, we're looking good. Mid to upper 60s. Mr. Bose says we are good to go. High temps today back into the 80s. And we'll break this down a bit further for you, including our big change in the weather pattern later this week, right as we bring in the brand new season. How's it looking on the roads, Patrice?
Well, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and see. Looking at our drive times, we're looking pretty good out there, Justin. That's the good news. So now's a good time to get up and out.
Well, this morning, Adnan Syed is waking up a free man. Well, at least he's at home. He's out of prison for the first time in 23 years. Syed had been serving a life sentence for the 1999 murder of his high school classmate, Heyman Lee. This isn't the conclusion, though, of this case at the center of the popular Serial podcast.
Fox 45 News found this video that was posted to Twitter yesterday showing Syed at home eating leftovers from the family fridge. We have extensive live team coverage on this case as we await the next steps going forward.
In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us here in studio with reactions surrounding this decision.
But we begin with Olivia Dance this morning, and she joins us live from the circuit court with more on what comes next. Olivia.
Yesterday, Adnan Syed walked down these steps greeted by cheers and applause, and he's a free man for the first time in over 20 years. But the next 30 days are critical for this case. Judge Finn, who chose to vacate his conviction, is giving prosecutors 30 days to decide whether to retry Syed or to dismiss his case altogether.
We're not yet declaring Adnan Syed is innocent, but we are declaring that in the interest of fairness and justice, he is entitled to a new trial.
State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby spoke outside the courthouse after the ruling. Last week, her office filed a motion to vacate Syed's conviction and grant him a new trial. The move was sparked by prosecutors accusing the state of failing to properly turn over evidence and raising questions about possible suspects.
If that evidence had been disclosed, perhaps Adnan would not have missed his high school graduation.
But the Maryland Attorney General disputes these allegations, saying, quote, neither State's Attorney Mosby nor anyone from her office bothered to consult with either the Assistant State's Attorney who prosecuted the case or with anyone in my office. The file in this case was made available on several occasions to the defense. End quote. And we will just have to wait and see what happens over the next 30 days. But while he awaits prosecutors' next move, Syed will be under GPS supervision. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 6:02 reaction pouring into our newsroom.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning. And Taylor, what are people saying about this overturned conviction?
Well, they have a lot to say. This is a popular case, and many folks have been tuning in to get those updates. Some are very happy for Adnan Syed, saying they're happy to see him free, happy for his family. Others saying good for him, prayers to his family. Now, it's not the case everywhere, though. Others saying another criminal release to commit more crimes. But we'll have to wait and see. This is not the end of the case. And as people continue talking, you can bet the judge and both sides preparing for that appeal. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom and Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. We continue our coverage of Adnan Syed's case all morning long. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, former city prosecutor Jeremy Eldridge will be joining us on the morning show to weigh in. Then, about an hour after him, later on, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute will be joining us live with more on this case.
6:03 and turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore City has now seen 250 lives lost to violence. That is 7 more than this same time last year. 3 people were shot within an hour and a half of each other last night. A 26-year-old man shot in the head just after 6:30 in northwest Baltimore. His condition now unknown. Then, just after 8, a double shooting along North Wolf Street in East Baltimore that left 2 people hurt.
Well, amid the violence, City Council is moving forward with a plan to establish new boundaries for the Baltimore Police Department's districts. Supporters, including Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, saying it's all about correcting the inequity of resources from one police district to another.
Bottom line is that it's important that public safety resources are distributed equitably across the city. And this piece of legislation that was championed by then Councilman Scott and now Mayor Scott is going to do just that. It's going to provide equitable resources across the entire city.
While some council members are in full support of the plan, others are hesitant, fearing the change could rattle well-established police-community relations.
You're building that level of trust and relationships with your fellow officers, and you feel as though you can pick up the phone and talk to your fellow officers who's patrolling the street. There's a relationship that's built right there. And what we're saying now is that you're taking these officers away and you're putting them in districts where no one knows who they are.
Council members voted in favor of advancing the proposal, with Councilman Glover, Stokes, and Costello in opposition. Final vote expected next month.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we are getting our first look at what a new police force for Johns Hopkins University could look like. The draft of a document outlining how it would work with Baltimore City Police says the force would be limited to 100 officers across the Homewood, East Baltimore, and Peabody locations. Officers would patrol streets and sidewalks. They would be subject to the same federal consent decree that city police follow. The formation of a police department was announced back in 2020, but it was delayed in the wake of protests following George Floyd's death. There will be 3 town halls over the next 10 days. We have that information on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
New video officially released of the harrowing mid-air moment that led two pilots to bail out. Just ahead, what caused them to lose the jet's engine?
And as we take a look at our morning drive, we're still looking good. Windows down this morning as you head out to work and school. Back with your full forecast coming up. .08 is your time right now on your Weather Authority forecast. Good morning, everybody. Beautiful shot here as we open the live window right over our Towson area, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Sun's not coming up till almost 7 o'clock, and it goes to bed a little bit after 7, so those daylight hours shrinking as we get closer to the autumnal equinox. So here's a look at your jogging cast. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, mid to upper 60s. Overall, not looking too bad for this morning. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that over on that big green wall coming up in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Take a look at this newly released video showing the moment a bird brought down a military training jet just before it crashed last September. You see that? Aviation experts say it appears pilots had no way to prevent this crash.
The bird strike caused them to lose the jet's single engine. The two pilots, a Navy instructor and a Marine student, safely ejected. The plane, though, crashed in a Lake Worth, Texas neighborhood, damaging homes and injuring 3 people. And it's just, it's always amazing that birds can cause that kind of damage.
The Sully plane, right? I mean,
exactly,
you know what I mean? Like
the whole
bird,
story there.
And that's what we teach in aviations. Like, you have to avoid birds. Sometimes you can't. They come right at you, but you have to just.
Well, and that one, the actual jet hit the bird. The bird was actually run into by the jet. So you're like, yeah, you just got to watch, see and avoid, right?
Yeah, absolutely. See and avoid.
All right.
Well, now in your entertainment news, musician Post Malone is on the mend after falling and bruising his ribs during a concert. The incident happening about an hour into a show in St. Louis. Did you see that? You can see he just falls through an opening on the stage. Malone was down for about 10 minutes. He ended up getting up and finishing the performance. Taken to the hospital after the concert, he had some x-rays which revealed his ribs were not broken. In a video on social media, Malone thanked his fans and then said he was ready to keep on with the tour. Well, also in your entertainment news, Bad Bunny is doing good for Uvalde shooting survivor.
Look at these photos. The Puerto Rican singer enjoying some time with 10-year-old Maya Zamora, one of the survivors of that deadly shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. The global superstar invited Maya and her family to his concert. But what you can't see in these photos is how Bad Bunny helped Maya feel safe again.
Now, during her 66-day hospital stay, Maya learned the shooter who killed 19 students and 2 teachers lived just blocks away and found it too difficult to return back home. Bad Bunny was one of the people who donated money to the Family Foundation, which is buying Maya and her family a new home.
That's awesome.
Taliban releases a Navy veteran as President Joe Biden approves a swap for a convicted drug trafficker. Just ahead, how this is bringing hope for other Americans wrongfully detained abroad.
Adnan Syed is home this morning. Still ahead, the concerns happening now surrounding the timing of his release. 6:11 is the time. .614 making headlines this morning. The Maryland man convicted of murdering someone for cutting in line during the Popeyes chicken sandwich craze will spend the next 22 years in prison. That is how police described the situation back in November of 2019. A jury convicted 32-year-old Rico Mclean for stabbing and killing 27-year-old Kevin Davis outside an Oxon Hill Popeyes. Prosecutors say that the victim's mother addressed her son's killer with grace.
Kevin's mother told the defendant today in court that she would pray for him, that she is going to pray every single day for him, and that she hopes that he will be rehabilitated.
The story of the stabbing went viral at that time with all the crowds at Popeyes here and across the country.
Navy veteran is on his way back to the U.S. after a prisoner swap between the U.S. and the Taliban. Mark Freerich's was in Afghanistan doing contract work when he was kidnapped in January 2020. He disappeared weeks before the U.S. and the Taliban signed a peace deal. President Biden calling Frederich's sister to let her know about his return. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has a message to the families of other Americans detained abroad.
We'll continue to work this relentlessly and secure the release of all Americans who are being unjustly held wherever that's the case. We mean what we say. Mark's family had my word. Every other family has my word as well.
Well, the exchange for Mark, who was kidnapped while working, comes 5 months after the U.S. struck a deal with Russia to bring back Marine veteran Trevor Reed. More Americans still held abroad, including WNBA star Brittany Griner and corporate security executive Paul Whelan, both in Russia. President Biden met with both of their families last week. Florida Senator Rick Scott says it's imperative the U.S. does what it can to support Ukraine as it defends itself against Russia's military action.
The Republican senator spoke yesterday evening after leaving the Senate classified Ukraine briefing.
I think we've got to do whatever we can to make sure that Russia, goes back home and make sure that they never invade NATO territory.
Scott also said the United States must make it clear that it will stand with Taiwan if China invades. On 60 Minutes, President Biden said the U.S. would protect Taiwan militarily if it came under attack by the communist country. The White House then clarified, saying the official U.S. policy, which is not to commit to military action on Taiwan, has not changed. Scott says it is time for the United States to make its stance on Taiwan clear.
Our expectation for Taiwan is they do everything they can to get ready. I think there's no question Communist China wants to invade at whatever they think is the right time. And I think we've got to do everything we can to prevent it.
Well, Beijing says it, quote, deplores and firmly opposes Biden's pledge of military action against China if it invades Taiwan. Let's take a look at this breathtaking new look at Mars from the James Webb Space Telescope.
That telescope actually managed right here in Baltimore.
Yeah, the James Webb Telescope capturing these images of Mars, one of the brightest objects in the night sky. They are the telescope's first images of the red planet, showcasing various features like Mars' dark volcanic rocks and two of its bigger impact craters.
NASA believes Webb is in the perfect position to capture even more about Mars, including its seasonal changes, dust storms, and weather.
Well, speaking of the weather, we find out exactly any changes in store for us around here.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. I don't know about Mars, but what are we looking at?
Well, I can tell you that, but I will tell you too, Patrice and Tom, we talked about Pepperoni Pizza Day. It's also IT Professionals Day. I think it's weird how they go hand in hand because, they like to, because isn't that one guy always coming to get pizza when we have it?
Joe.
Yeah. Joe's always coming in, right? Doesn't he work in IT or something? I don't know where he works.
It's not just pizza, it's all the food, whatever the food.
You only see them when there's food in the kitchen.
The engineers gravitate
they
toward
come
this.
in,
but hey, they just helped me with my laptop yesterday. I have no complaints.
And they keep us on the air. So that's all that matters. So, all right. Thank you, IT professionals, and thank you, everyone. Yes, the weather here on Earth is not too bad. In fact, you can see a nice little look here from our Towson camera, that morning glow. A few clouds kind of hanging around this morning, making for a pretty picture as well. Overall, our temperatures have dropped just a little bit. 66 your number in Towson. It's not bad outside. And the dew point at 62 degrees. Now, dew points are actually going to come down back into the 50s today. That puts it back into the nice category on our muggy meter. We're going to get them to rise back again as we head into Wednesday and Thursday as more moisture will head through toward the middle of the week. But you can see there's the cold front that has passed the area. That's what we saw yesterday with all of those clouds, and we're dry behind that. Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around today. Our next 12 hours, numbers climbing steadily into the upper 70s and lower 80s through midday and into the mid 80s by the time we head to the afternoon. About 6 degrees above average for this time of year. And you can see your numbers in your neighborhood. Carroll County, good morning to you. Westminster, Eldersburg in the lower 80s this afternoon. Upper 70s in the Hereford zone. 82 in Towson over through Lutherville and Timonium. Down through Dundalk in the mid 80s. Eastern Shore numbers, we're going to see those lower 80s for you out through Chestertown and Centerville over to Rock Hall, and 82 in Chester across the bridge this afternoon, I should say. All right, O's got to get back on the winning train here. A look at your O's. newscast. Yeah, it was a good one. I think that was out over the Mount Baltimore. The Tigers in town again tonight. Beautiful night for baseball. Upper 70s for that first pitch at 7:05. Mid 70s into the 5th inning. It should be very nice tonight. Hopefully the O's can get back in the winning column. Hey, let's talk about the equinox, shall we? The autumnal or fall equinox happens Thursday night at 9:03 Eastern time. And that is when the Earth's axis is tilted neither toward nor away from the sun. We get the equal amount of daylight and darkness at all locations. So that's what happens when we have the equinox, hence the name equinox, Latin for equal day and night. And then we start getting those daylight hours that start shrinking even more. But that happens on Thursday night. The first full day of fall will be Friday. And when you look at the temperature tracker, look at Friday's number. I mean, it's like, holy cow, fall is here, right? 80s today and tomorrow, and then lower 70s into Friday. Now, in terms of our rain, the rain's also going to be around at least through late Wednesday night and early Thursday morning. Cloudy throughout most of Thursday afternoon for the final day of summer. And then Friday looks great. Crisp morning with temperatures in the lower 70s Friday afternoon, and mid 70s Saturday. Should be a very nice weekend for the first weekend of the new season. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now and the cameras throughout our Baltimore region. And let's see. We've got people up and out at this hour, but everyone seems to be moving along just fine. Volume's not too bad at this hour. Good time to get out of the house and head wherever you have to go today. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, look for train number 511 of the Penn line to be about 5 minutes late for the commute start. In Brunswick 872 with an 8 to 10 minute delay. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light Rail Link with a 15-minute delay in both directions. Allow time out there on Light Rail Link. Looking in the direction of Metro Subway Link, looking good there. No delays in either direction between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Possible solution to the illegal porch pirates. Just ahead, the design from one Baltimore contractor that's keeping your packages where they belong.
And who doesn't love that first cup of coffee? But how much is too much? Next, this morning, the amount that could put you over the edge. 6:22 is the time. 6:25. It is hard to imagine a day without coffee. And the good news is that drinking coffee can be good for you. Consumer Reports even says that having more than 1 cup of coffee a day could have a positive impact on your health. But how much is too much? Is that first sip of coffee the best part of your morning? Well, good news. Coffee can actually be good for you.
Coffee could actually lower your risk of certain liver diseases, some types of cancers, and type 2 diabetes. And there's some evidence that it can also lower your risk of heart disease and respiratory disease.
Other research even suggests that if you drink coffee, you could live longer than non-coffee drinkers, in part because coffee is rich in antioxidants.
In general, the average person can safely consume up to 400 milligrams of caffeine per day, the amount in 3 to 5 cups of coffee.
If you have a medical condition or caffeine sensitivity, it's always best to check with your doctor and always listen to your body. If your heart is thumping much faster than usual and you feel extra shaky and jittery, it's probably time to lay off. And if you love coffee but you still want to sleep at night, Consumer Reports says finish your last cup around 2 p.m. That way the majority of caffeine you've consumed has left your body by bedtime.
For every teaspoon of sugar you add, you're consuming 16 calories. And 2 ounces of whole milk adds another 38 calories and 2 grams of fat. Just something to think about when you reach for that next cup.
Well, if you would like to alternate between coffee and tea during the day, Consumer Reports says this can be good for you. In a study published last year, researchers found that people who drank 2 to 3 cups of coffee plus 2 to 3 cups of tea per day had about a 30% lower risk of dementia and stroke compared to people who didn't drink either. Slightly cooler and drier this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know how the rest of the work week will look. That's just ahead.
Adnan Syed is a free man after the state's attorney filed a motion to vacate his conviction, but now some are questioning her timing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, looking ahead, President Joe Biden will be hosting the 2021 World Series champions, the Atlanta Braves, at the White House. And the White House says the Braves will visit September 26th before their 3-game series against the Washington Nationals. The Braves beat Houston Astros in 6 games last year. Atlanta is in second place in the National League East standings in the current Major League Baseball season. And the 2022 Major League Baseball player playoffs start October 7th.
Support unless they give some more resources to Eastern and put Bel Air Edison at their request back in Northeastern District.
Well, Baltimore police beginning the historic process of changing its district boundaries. Not everyone, though, is on board.
Dishing out fines and points for speeding. Still ahead this morning, the new bill that could add points to your license and almost instantly. 6:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.45 and in your morning rush this Tuesday morning, Maryland Attorney General Brian Frost identifying the victim and officers involved in a deadly police shooting happened in Anne Arundel County over the weekend.
Police say they responded to calls of someone shooting a gun from the woods outside of a house. When the suspect came out of the woods, police say he shot at officers who returned fire, killing him.
Suspect has been identified as 48-year-old Anthony Hopkins Sr. The Attorney General also identifying 5 officers in that case, and you can find their names on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Adnan Syed is now at home for the first time in more than 20 years after a judge ruled to vacate his conviction yesterday. Olivia Dance joins us live now with what happens next. And Olivia, what are the next steps?
Well, Tom, yesterday Adnan Syed walked down these steps as a free man for the first time in over 20 years. And now Judge Finn is giving prosecutors 30 days to decide whether to retry Syed or to dismiss the case altogether. Her ruling comes 1 week after the state's attorney's office filed a motion to vacate Syed's conviction and grant him a new trial. But I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have more details on what happens next and also hear how some are reacting to the ruling. Back to you.
New this morning, drivers in D.C. may have something new to worry about as they pass speed cameras. Under a new bill introduced to the D.C. Council, those speed cameras could give drivers caught breaking the law points on their license in addition to the fines. Councilmember at large Christina Henderson authored the bill as a way to combat a recent rise in traffic deaths. There's no way this will work or can happen. It just, there's
so many issues
way.
with cameras. I mean, just driving into work, getting off 83, you pass 3 old systems that were not accurate enough to maintain, so they're just left there as like.
And I have a question for you. Sometimes I think we get off of the same exit at Cold Spring, right?
Yeah.
And then I go and I'm like, and I'm stopping, but I get a flash, and I'm like, I didn't run a red light.
Oh, that's the red light. Yeah.
Yeah, but
because there's no white bar there anymore.
Yeah,
it's been removed.
that's the whole thing.
So if
and
you
so
go
I'm like, am I going to get these tickets? So
and then now you would get a ticket and a point. But there's no way they can do it because they would give the point to the owner of the vehicle. If you're not driving, then that's not fair. So if you want to give me a point, then you got to be a police officer and pull me over and prove that this is what.
I can see that.
Way.
Yeah, the point thing. Yeah, I mean, whatever, a violation. They're trying to make money. I mean, look what the 83s happened, right? I mean, people are going. I've noticed people are going slower where those cameras are, but you know where the cameras are, right? And so you slow down, and then I'm like, oh, there's no cameras here, and it's back to a speedway. So
are you admitting?
I just heard that right on camera. Yeah.
That you speed.
So let's take a look at our forecast. 6:48 is your time right now. By the way, I have another issue that I'd like to discuss just very quickly.
Get out
Here we go.
Festivus poll.
Here we go. Here we go. Look. Okay. I don't know who's in charge of the mugs at this station, but I found this on Mark Clark's desk and on Shannon Lilly's desk. This is my cup that I got. Do you see? How come they get the big logo?
Yeah, that's for the lefty versus the righty.
It's the same thing, dude.
You know why? Because your personality is already so big that there was no room left on the cup.
You should be a politician. That's good.
Never.
That was good. Good answer. All right. Either way, I'm standing on top of the Transamerica Tower, as you can see right now. Hello down there. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Baltimore. It's all good. The coffee still tastes the same. It's just, didn't get a mug with the bigger thing. I don't know who's in charge with that, but we'll have to get on that. All right, 66 is your temp right now. No wind to speak of at this time. Our dew point at 62 degrees. Now, our dew points are actually going to come down a little bit today. The muggy meter stays kind of in that comfortable category for today and tomorrow. And then 63 is what we're talking about on Thursday. So we'll definitely have more of that moisture that will be in play. And that's going to be the rain that's rolling in later this week. As you grab your cup of coffee and whatever mug you may have, mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours in your Rise and Shine cast. Look, that sun's still not even up yet, guys. 6:53 is your sunrise. Goes to bed tonight at 7:07. Hank the Bird, good morning, Hank. Yeah, see, he's not happy either about the whole thing. 81 by noon and mid-80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Hopefully the Oriole Bird can be at it again tonight and hopefully get the win at Camden Yards. We still have a couple of days of summer officially, and we're going to have some pretty nice pool days today and even tomorrow with an increase in cloud cover and temps in the 80s. Now, Thursday, that's not going to be the best day, only because we'll see the rain that's rolling back in. 79, that's typically where we are for September 20th. Low to mid 80s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Chestertown. 85 in Baltimore City. 83 in Annapolis. Numbers up and down the 95 corridor. Low to mid 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. And if you're heading down the ocean, 81 in Ocean City today. So here's a look at our future scan. Dry conditions today. Tomorrow also dry. A little bit more cloud cover and a little muggier as we'll be warm ahead of our next stronger cold front. That's coming in late Wednesday night into Thursday. This is going to bring us the rain. So we're going to have a wet commute to deal with Thursday morning. You'll need the umbrella for the kids on Thursday morning. By Thursday afternoon, just kind of overcast with a few leftover showers. And then the big change will dry out and be quite a bit cooler into Friday and Saturday, right on cue for the brand new season of autumn. Do want to let you know about Hurricane Fiona. This is a major hurricane, guys. This is our first major hurricane of the 22 Atlantic hurricane season, and Category 3 storm with 115-mile-an-hour winds. This is only getting stronger as it goes up into the open waters of the Atlantic, where it could be a Category 4 heading toward Bermuda later this week. No impacts on the East Coast, but we'll keep our eyes on that. There's our PSL right there on Thursday for fall, which begins Thursday night. First day of fall, 70s. We'll wake up in the 50s, and overall, a very nice first weekend of the new season coming up this weekend. Back to you.
Well, there's always that one employee who complains about the free stuff, the free coffee mugs, and makes the job difficult for everyone else. Just ahead, learn how you can best deal with them.
And home-cooked meals nourish the brain and health of all family members. Just ahead, some tips on how to save a buck with grocery shopping. And whether you're drinking out of this mug or this mug, it is the perfect time for a coffee break. You should just be happy with it, Justin. 6:55 in your national news. Republican lawmakers are standing by the decision to send migrants to sanctuary cities and blasting Democrats' outrage at their relocation.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has long pushed for changes to immigration and a path to citizenship.
On Twitter, she says it is appalling the far right decided to commit crimes against humanity before an election. Republican Representative Beth Van Doon says that shipping migrants has shed light on the humanitarian crisis at the border.
The other issue is you finally have Democrats who have been saying that there is no border crisis, open borders, sanctuary cities are great. You finally have those Democrat mayors finally saying we do have a crisis. This is an emergency.
Well, Representative Ocasio-Cortez indicated that her district in New York has and would continue to welcome migrants. However, New York City's mayor, Eric Adams, said the influx of illegal immigrants is causing the city's system to near its breaking point.
In Montana, the health department says it will allow transgender people to change the gender on their birth certificates.
State health officials agreeing to follow the ruling handed down by a Montana judge just last week.
The judge's decision blocked a rule adopted by the Republican governor's administration that denied changes for transgender people, even after they went through gender confirmation surgery. The state previously said that it would defy the judge's decision to temporarily allow changes, but now says that it will comply. In this morning's Assignment America, presentism holds historical figures accountable for actions under present-day values.
It's back in the spotlight after HBO host Bill Maher criticized the practice. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins explains its evolution.
The debate over presentism back on center stage after comedian Bill Maher's criticism last week.
It's the belief that people who lived 100 or 500 or 1,000 years ago really should have known better, which is so stupid. It's like getting mad at yourself for not knowing what you know now when you were 10.
Maher cited a column by American Historical Association President James Sweet, who wrote last month that, quote, too many Americans have become accustomed to the idea of history as an evidentiary grab bag to articulate their political positions. Sweet has since apologized.
But in today's world, when truth conflicts with narrative, it's the truth that has to apologize. Being woke is like a magic moral time machine where you judge everybody against what you imagine you would have done in 1066, and you always win.
The debate intensified in 2019 after Nicole Hannah-Jones in her 1619 project argued that slavery is at the center of America's national narrative. She says arguments against presentism are simply racist.
It has become clear that the 1619 project is used part of this larger message to stoke resentment amongst a significant segment of white Americans by saying they want to take your history from you.
In recent years, there have been efforts to rename buildings and institutions, remove monuments, and even change Mount Rushmore because some argue those honored, including George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, committed racial injustices. Republican governors in states like Virginia and Florida pushing back.
They want to have collective guilt imposed on people based on their race, and they want to scapegoat people based on their race. And in Florida, we say that is wrong.
Despite charges of racism, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other Republicans pushing forward with what they're calling anti-wokeness policies, ensuring the debate over the past will continue for the foreseeable future. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Adnan Syed is a free man for the first time in over 20 years, but the next 30 days are critical. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why.
Concerned parents speaking out about safety issues on Baltimore school buses. Still to come, the search for a new transportation leader.
Temperatures not too bad right now. As we wrap up summertime, we'll take a look at when those numbers change dramatically. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, the logo back here has blue on it and red. Yeah. That looks like a nice logo. We should put that on a mug.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers stirring up issues.
We're calling it Muggate 2022. So Muggate.
Our
we'll try
executive producer is going to get you a new coffee mug.
I'm going to go look. She said there's some in her office, so we'll see what's going on. It's not even that I want a new one. I was just wondering. That's all.
How much did you have to pay for it?
I don't know. Not much. Okay. Let's take a look outside right now and see what's going on. Hey, look at this, everybody. Beautiful shot. Hello, Tuesday. Looking great. A few of those clouds out there, but a beautiful shot of our sun coming up right now. Look at that. Great this morning. And overall, our temps are not too bad. We're at 70 actually in Westminster. 68 your temp in Cockeysville, 67 in Baltimore City, and 69 your number in Annapolis. So another mild morning. It will actually be slightly cooler this afternoon, and then we are tracking rain later this week. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, you are good to go. We're going to see those numbers in the lower 70s, and high temps today will be in the upper 70s and lower 80s, even some mid 80s for you out through Baltimore and Dundalk later this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll take a closer look at what we can expect later this week in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 7:01 now, and now to your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. A look around the Beltway here at our cameras here. It doesn't look like there's too many issues to report around the Baltimore region, except for on the outer loop right now. There's disabled in the outer loop right before you get to 795. There's also another accident on the inner loop, though. It's causing some delays. That is right behind Liberty Road. This morning, Adnan Syed is waking up, well, at home for the first time in 23 years. Syed had been serving a life sentence for the 1999 murder of his high school girlfriend, Heyman Lee. This isn't the conclusion, though, to the case at the center of the popular Serial podcast.
Fox 45 News found this video posted to Twitter showing Syed at home eating leftovers from the family fridge. We have extensive live team coverage on this case as we await the next steps going forward.
Yeah, in just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us here in studio with reactions surrounding this decision.
But we begin with Olivia Dance this morning. She is joining us live from the circuit court with more on what comes next in this case, Olivia.
Good morning. And yesterday, Adnan Syed walked down these steps. He was greeted by cheers and applause, and he's a free man for the first time in over 20 years. But the next 30 days are critical for this case. Judge Finn, who chose to vacate his conviction, is giving prosecutors 30 days to decide whether to retry Syed or to dismiss his case altogether.
We're not yet declaring Adnan Syed is innocent, but we are declaring that in the interest of fairness and justice, he is entitled to a new trial.
State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby spoke outside the courthouse right after the ruling, and last week her office filed a motion to vacate Syed's conviction and grant him a new trial. The move was sparked by prosecutors accusing the state of failing to properly turn over evidence and raising questions about possible suspects.
If that evidence had been disclosed, perhaps Adnan would not have missed his high school graduation.
But the Maryland Attorney General disputes these allegations, saying, quote, neither State's Attorney Mosby nor anyone from her office bothered to consult with either the Assistant State's Attorney who prosecuted the case or with anyone in my office. The file in this case was made available on several occasions to the defense, end quote. And we'll just have to see what happens over the next 30 days. But while he awaits prosecutors' next move, Syed will be under GPS supervision. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Reaction pouring into our newsroom. In just a few minutes, we'll be speaking live with former city prosecutor Jeremy Eldridge.
Right now, Taylor Stewart is in our live center. And Taylor, what are people saying about this overturned conviction?
Naturally, people have a lot to say here. This was a case made famous from the Serial podcast, and folks are weighing in this morning with some of their own thoughts. Now, take a look here. Some people are saying it is about time. Others are saying they're glad that he's happy. Let the man live. Let him be in peace. But some are more skeptical as to why this sentence was overturned now. This judge is in Mosby's pocket, someone alleging. Another person saying the timing is suspect as she continues to head towards her federal trial. But for the most part, folks are saying they are happy for him, good for his family, good to see him at peace. But that's the latest here from the Live Center. We'll monitor that reaction for you all morning. Tom, Patrice.
Well, thank you, Taylor. Again, Syed is home, 23 years in prison for killing a fellow student from Woodlawn, and now the sentence vacated. Syed on home detention while a possible new trial is in the making. Well, joining us now with what's next, former city prosecutor and partner at EN Lawyers, Jeremy Eldridge. Jeremy, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So the biggest information here is kind of what's next and new information leading to two potential different suspects. So now there's accusations of withholding evidence. Will there be lawsuits finding from Syed's family or from his side?
There could potentially be a lawsuit, but in reality, I think that the family and his attorney, Erica Souter, with the Innocence Project of the Office of the Public Defender, they really have to get through the first 30 days to figure out, is there going to be a retrial? Are we going to see a re-prosecution of this case? And only after those decisions are made by the Office of the State's Attorney for Baltimore City will the Syed family then be able to make decisions about how they will respond in kind.
Yeah, so this goes back into Marilyn Mosby's hands here, into her office to say whether they will or will not continue with another trial.
Well, here's the problem, though, right? In 2015, because you can't forget the history, this has been quite a Byzantine route for this case. In 2015, the state, vis-a-vis the Attorney General's office, argued that the cell phone data was completely reliable. They had an FBI expert say that it was reliable. 5 years later, now they're saying, not reliable at all. So given those two experts that the state has already put forward to say two conflicting different things, that's something that could affect a retrial. We still don't know the full outcome of the DNA. And then with two possible suspects looming overhead, whether that has any validity or not, that will also, too, influence whether this case could be successfully re-prosecuted.
Jeremy, do you know, though, what was the catalyst here? I mean, why now? Because we're hearing that this information has been out, as you were just mentioning, some of the details with this have been around for quite some time. So why now coming out of Mosby's office?
Well, the rumor and innuendo suggests that the state's attorney for Baltimore City did this the day before her own jury selection in the prosecution of her federal case for a pretty simple and obvious reason, which is to reach and or taint that federal jury. But that's a little harder to believe only because the Syed family and Erica Souter, they've been digging into this case for years now. Justin Brown had this case for almost a decade. You had a lot of lawyers and a family working very diligently to try to uncover whatever they could to set this man free. The timing is incredibly convenient, but the route to get here wasn't.
Well, does Heyman Lee's family, though, have anything to say now in court? I know they were trying to get it suspended on this ruling yesterday, but they were on the West Coast, and they're saying, hey, we need more on this to prepare. That was denied. They got a little bit of a say in it. Will they have anything further? And do they? I mean, if this has actually been vacated, do they really have any say in going forward with Syed?
You know, you really raise an interesting issue here. The victim's rights statute is the issue at play. And obviously, Steve Kelly, who represents the family, said this wasn't enough time. This was only a week. The family should have had time to organize and to be here. The statute doesn't necessarily call for that. It provides a reasonable time. This is something the legislature coming into session should probably look at. We've now had 2 incidents in Baltimore City within the last year involving this statute. And I think the General Assembly needs to clean it up so that we don't encounter a third.
Jeremy Eldridge with EN Lawyers. Thank you. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you. Have a good day, Tom.
You too. We continue our coverage with Syed's case all morning long. In fact, coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute will join the morning show live with more on this case.
7:08 now. Time is running out, but the Orioles still have a fighting chance for the final American League wild card.
Yeah, I know you're excited. Time is running out. He's running in. 16 games left, 5 series, 3 of them at home. Last 3 games against the Blue Jays.
All right, so the Orioles, 5 games. You know all this because you've been keeping us posted. They're 5 games back from the wild card spot. They welcomed the Detroit Tigers last night. That game just would end with O's fans pretty disappointed. I mean, really disappointed.
Well, I know, and it was bad, but let's talk about it, I guess, right? Yeah, scoring 6 runs by the end of the 4th, and then the Orioles not even getting a hit until the 7th inning.
Yeah, I don't understand that. They crushed the Orioles 11-0. Another chance tonight. Don't worry. First pitch at 7:05. I mean, the thing is, guys, we have to win. And then we have to hope others lose at the same time. We're chasing Tampa Bay and Seattle in the wild card.
But you brought up an interesting point earlier, though, because we're saying mathematically you could still make it into the playoffs. But you were saying, hey, we didn't even think we were going to even get close to this.
Well, at the beginning of the season, it was a 0% chance that we make the playoffs. And it's like, okay. So, and you mentioned it earlier, too. It's already a win this season because we already have our, Gunnar is up now and Rutschman. Grayson Rodriguez is right around the corner.
All right, so the feel-good win is there.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the practical. Are we going to be able to pull that out?
I don't know. It's tough. When we play in the toughest division in baseball. If we were in the AL Central, it'd be no problem.
Oh my goodness,
no problem.
Just down the road, right?
I
the
know.
Beltway here.
Like it's just like, come on.
They're the worst place, right?
Anyway, yeah. So I still think that we're looking good. We know Trey Mancini's coming back this weekend. Houston already clinched. And Houston's a very good team. But
Houston's going to be like, you know what, I'm not going to play everybody.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Yeah, rest everybody. Let us just get the win. So let's take a look at your O's cast for tonight. That first pitch is at 7:05. 78. Could be a great night for baseball here in Charm City. They got 2 more against the Tigers. And as I mentioned, the Astros are in town this weekend. And then they're on the road. And then they only got 1 more home series. So only a couple of more chances for you to get out and celebrate and cheer on Birdland. We'll be back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, we'll take a look at this. A preview of what's so Baltimore today.
In fact, here's Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark hanging out. What are you doing outside now, Mark?
And this morning we got a bocce tournament and family event. It's going down. We'll tell you all about it coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Thank you, Mark. Now, here's some big stories we're following at this hour. Transportation shakeup. The search now for a new transportation leader for the Maryland and Baltimore County Public Schools amid this bus problems.
A book on Maryland school reading lists bringing up concerns with the gubernatorial candidate. Just ahead, we're going to speak live with Dan Cox's running mate as we count down to Election Day. 7:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14, turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. The Republican looking to be Maryland's next governor is taking swipes at his Democratic opponent, Westmore.
Dan Cox is standing with the family of the other Westmore. That's the title of candidate Moore's first book. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost was first to report on the concerns about the book months ago. She is the latest push now from Cox.
The concerns all center around this book and the back cover where the author had written it was about two boys from Baltimore. That wording has since been changed, and his opponent, Republican Dan Cox, held a news conference outside of City Schools headquarters because the book itself is part of the curriculum for some high school students across Baltimore. And now Cox says he wants the book pulled. The Other Westmore, the book title of gubernatorial hopeful Westmore's first book, and at the center of controversy.
It's inappropriate to be presenting material that is really fictional campaign material as part of a curriculum.
Delegate Dan Cox, Republican gubernatorial hopeful, says the inconsistencies with his opponent's book, highlighted by months of Fox 45 News' investigations, are reason why Moore should not win the election. Cox focusing on the back cover, which was later changed at the request of Moore, around the same time he started talking about running for governor.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Standing by Cox, the family of the other Westmore, who is currently in prison. In April, the same family spoke exclusively with Fox 45 News about the concerns with the candidate and author Moore using their story in his book.
It's a bunch of trash. It's a fabrication. You know, he embellished a tragedy to use to make his triumph, if you would, right?
Cox also highlighting the fact that the book is required reading in high schools across Baltimore. Fox 45 News previously reporting that in 2018, the book was required reading for 9th graders. And in 2020, the city bought just over 4,600 copies of The Other Westmore. From 2010 to 2019, the city spending more than $15,000 on copies of the book and field trips to see Moore speak in person. When pressed on the issues, Moore says he stands by his stories.
I don't think I'd let the narrative continue.
Despite the investigations bringing these inconsistencies to light, Moore going on to win the crowded Democratic primary. When asked why he thinks voters will care now,
it was a divided primary on the Democratic side. When you see the larger view of Maryland and they hear these issues and they hear the concerns that you've raised and that others have raised, it's going to resonate.
Moore maintains the stories about how two people could have very different outcomes in their lives. After the event, the Westmore campaign issued a statement calling the event really a desperate attempt to distract voters from what they say is happening on the campaign trail. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
A new Goucher College poll shows Westmore has about a 20-point lead over Dan Cox. Fox 45 News asked Delegate Cox about that poll. He says he's not worried about the numbers.
We see a couple points. Number one, Mr. Westmore spent more than $8 million, and I'm running this close to him, and I've only spent $500,000. We are coming for him. We're going to win. We're excited. Our ground troops are out there. We have a grassroots movement that's very fired up, and just wait and see. We're going to win this one.
Westmore responded to the poll in a statement saying his campaign isn't taking those numbers for granted. It is 7:18. Let's get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get a look at the forecast.
Yeah, overall, not too bad this morning, Patrice. Good morning to you and good morning, everyone. Appreciate you being here with us, making us a part of your morning routine on this Tuesday. We do have a few clouds out there, but overall, a nice sunny start, and we're going to have a lot of sunshine for today. I know yesterday those clouds rolled in and definitely even had a couple of sprinkles in some spots, but overall, we are looking good, and we're going to stay even a bit drier for the afternoon. 67, that's your current number at BWI Thurgood Marshall. 63 is your dew point temp. Now, dew points today are going to actually drop and be back into the 50s, which puts it in the nice category for our muggy meter as that drier air will be in place. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, probably don't even need that light jacket. With numbers this morning, they're staying mainly in the mid to upper 60s. 81 by noon today. And when you pick the kids up from the bus stop this afternoon and get ready for your afternoon activities, we're talking about numbers in the low to mid 80s. Golfers hitting the links today on our forecast. 73 by 9 a.m., 81 into the noon hour. I'd love any of these scores. Not on the front nine either, Tom, on the whole course, all 18 holes. All right, here's a look at your average high. 79 today. Typically, that's where we are. That's a 30-year average, and we're going to see numbers above that, upper 70s and lower 80s across northern Baltimore and Carroll counties. 85 in Baltimore City down through Canton and Fells. 84 for you in Dundalk, out through Essex and Middle River. Numbers will continue in the low to mid 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. this afternoon. 81 if you're heading down the ocean. 80 in Cumberland. Let's talk about the equinox. The autumnal equinox or fall equinox happens Thursday at 9:03 p.m. So it's Thursday night. That is essentially when the Earth is tilted neither toward nor away from the sun. So basically right over the equator, hence the name equinox. It's an equal amount of daylight and darkness, and then we start seeing that sun shift the other way, and our days will continue to get shorter. So that's what we're looking at happening on Thursday night. Now, on time and basically on cue, you can see our temperature tracker. Look at these numbers. We stay above average all the way through Thursday, and then Friday, the first full day of fall, numbers drop below average. Only 71 for our high after waking up with temps in the 50s, 74 Saturday. Then we start to see a little bit of a warm up for Sunday and Monday into early next week. Tracking our future scan, really not much to get in our way. In fact, we're going to stay dry today and tomorrow, but our next weather maker comes in on Thursday. That's going to be that strong cold front coming through. We'll see rain showers for your Thursday morning commute and as you get the kids to the bus stop that day, but by the afternoon, just kind of overcast conditions with a few leftover showers. I want to talk about Fiona. This is a major hurricane, the first major hurricane that we've had in the Atlantic 2022 season. And this is Fiona, 115 mile-an-hour winds right now. It is off of the Dominican Republic and heading toward the Turks and Caicos Islands right now. This is going to continue to track to the open waters of the Atlantic, eventually potentially a Category 4 storm with 140 mile-an-hour winds as it tracks toward Bermuda later this week, and then eventually up toward Halifax, Nova Scotia. So our aunts up there in Canada are going to have to be watching for that storm as well. We'll bring it back home here. Temperatures looking good. Mid to upper 80s, as I mentioned. Fall again begins Thursday night, but the first weekend of fall looks great. We're dry and cooler. We get back to 81 by Sunday afternoon.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Fox 45 is getting Maryland back to work. It's time for our Job of the Day. Aldi is hiring a full-time store associate in Baltimore. If you'd like some more information, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com. About 48 days away from Election Day, and we're bringing the candidates straight to you. Just ahead, gubernatorial candidate, Lieutenant Governor Dan Cox, running mate, will be joining us live to talk about the final push.
A bocce ball tournament and family picnic. We'll tell you everything about it. Rich Italian tradition and bocce ball. Everything you need to know and more coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It's so Baltimore. The Society of Italian American Businessmen will host its annual bocce tournament and family picnic.
Now, this two-day event will feature fun for the entire family and benefit Special Olympics of Maryland. And Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at the Harford County Equestrian Center, though, while talking about bocce. Tell us about that.
Everything bocce, I'm here with Tony Palumbo, the man in charge of the organization. And this is going to be a great time for a great cause, right, Tony?
Yes, thank you. The Society of Italian American Businessmen, also known as SIAB, pleased to present the 2022 Bocce Festival and Family Picnic, all to raise money for the Special Olympics. The event is sponsored by WJA Landscaping, and it'll be Saturday, September 1st and 2nd, and it's an all-day event from noon to 7. Everybody's welcome. The Special Olympics athletes will be from Harford County and Baltimore City. We'll have food, we'll have wine, we'll have beer, we'll have cannolis, we'll have ceramics from Italy to be sold, and it's a two-day event. It's $15 a day, $10 a day, $15 for 2 days. The second day, all the Special Olympians will be competing for the state tournament for the right to play in the U.S. Olympic Games for bocce.
I love it.
And so all the money and funds go to the Special Olympian effort. And also we're using this day as our inaugural kickoff for our 2023 Maryland State Italian Festival. The largest Italian festival in the state will be September 29th through October 1st at the Equestrian Center here in Harford County.
It's going down October 1st and October 2nd. Tony, we're going to come back. We got more information, more bocce ball, more bocce information, a great cause, and of course a fun, festive event.
Coming up October 1st and 2nd there, Mark. Thank you so much, and we'll talk about what's going on behind you in our next hit. If you'd like some more information about how you can participate, bring the family, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Temperatures started out in the 60s for the morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at when the cooler temperatures make their way out of the region.
Adnan Syed is a free man after the state's attorney filed a motion to vacate his conviction, but now some are questioning her timing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday. Welcome back to all of you. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast and the changes ahead.
Yeah, and in about 12 hours from right now, guys, once Jeopardy's over tonight on Fox 45, we'll find out if our guy from Baltimore is going to be a 3-day champion or not. But that, of course, is on at 7 o'clock this evening here on Fox 45. And good luck to him. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on right now. We've got the sun that is shining brightly from the top of the Transamerica building. You can see our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam looking good. Another mild morning leading to a slightly cooler afternoon. Actually, temperatures will come down just a smidge today, and then we are tracking rain later this week. So your yard and gardening cast looking good. If you're getting ready to get those mums out there and all the fall planting, upper 70s by 11 a.m., mid 80s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Where's Bell Nursery? How come we haven't seen them yet? We want to see what's going on. All right. Oh, it's Friday. Just got told it was Friday. That makes me very happy. 85 on Tuesday, 87 tomorrow, and then look at that. We are going to see temps in the lower 80s on Thursday, so rain for our plants and for our lawns. We'll take a closer look at that first weekend of fall forecast coming up in just a few. Back to you.
7:31 now. The subject of the popular podcast Serial is waking up at home this morning. Adnan Syed was released after being awarded the right to a new trial.
Now, the man convicted of killing his high school girlfriend, Heyman Lee, had been in prison for 23 years. He's now on home detention, but it was still a day he thought would never come.
He said he can't believe it's real.
Did he say what he's looking forward to at all?
I think he's looking forward to being with his family.
Well, now some are criticizing Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby and her handling of the case.
Joining us live right now this morning outside the Circuit Courthouse with questions surrounding the timing of this. Olivia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Some experts are wondering why it took Mosby so long to look at Adnan Syed's case, and they're also wondering why now. Just last week, her office filed a motion to vacate his conviction, and that motion was granted yesterday by Judge Finn. But this all is happening as Mosby's facing trial herself, and her time in office is coming to an end.
The timing is absolutely curious in terms of coincidental with her trial and attempting to pander to Adnan Syed's followers.
Syed was convicted of killing his girlfriend, Heyman Lee, over 20 years ago. But Mosby says that in the interest of fairness and justice, Syed deserves a new trial due to new evidence that needs to be considered. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute questions Judge Finn's decision.
The judge, at the end of the day, had the right to delay the hearing. The judge had the right to ask for more evidence, but the judge didn't do that.
Syed's case isn't the first high-profile decision Judge Finn has made. One example is the case of convicted arsonist Luther Trent. Judge Finn accepted a plea deal from Mosby's office that released him from jail, but Finn eventually overturned that plea deal. And the family of Heyman Lee says they are disappointed the hearing happened so quickly. And yesterday in court, her brother told Judge Finn that he feels betrayed by the state's attorney's office. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, whose time in office is running out, is focused on helping fight crime in Baltimore? So far, 92% of voters say no. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Public schools looking for a new director of transportation.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the search for a new leader follows a difficult year of violent fights on school buses, a shortage of drivers, and a massive scandal over bus inspections.
To ensure safe and effective delivery of students to and from their schools. That is how Baltimore County Public Schools describes the job of Director of Transportation, a job that is currently open and one that pays about $161,000 a year. It's also a job where over the past year, the person who had it did not seem to live up to its mission.
It's really important that we're responding appropriately to our stakeholders.
In August 2019, Dr. Jess Grimm left his job as principal of Chesapeake High School to become the district's new director of transportation. 2 years and 10 months later, BCPS started to look for his replacement. In June, the job was posted. As of mid-September, the position is still open. Shortly after Grimm took the job, the COVID pandemic hit, and Baltimore County schools went virtual for an entire year. Buses were not running. When they resumed, the problems began. From bullying to outright fighting.
This has been torture, not only to him, but also to myself.
He's not safe. He's not safe.
Parents came to Project Baltimore with concerns about their children's safety and how the school system handles discipline. The complaints from parents echoed those of former bus driver Alicia Matthews, who told Fox 45 in February that student behavior was out of control.
Kids were vaping on the bus. A child called me a bitch. The child was really aggressive. Try to charge at me. They've been through water bottles where I'm driving down the street and a water bottle is under my foot, where the kids were hanging outside of the bus from the mirrors.
Matthews quit her job as a bus driver because of the violence and lack of action from school leaders, who she says were not doing enough to control the students.
There's a whole culture, I think, that needs to be changed in Baltimore County Public Schools.
The busing issues, including a driver shortage last school year, caught the attention of Baltimore County Council. In June, Councilman David Marks was one of 5 council members who signed a letter asking the school board to search for a new superintendent. The letter cites, in part, ongoing problems with buses. And then there's this.
Dr. Grimm, my name is Chris Pabst. I'm a reporter with Fox 45 News. My name is Chris Pabst with Fox 45 News.
In November of last year, Project Baltimore broke the story that school buses with broken parts were passing inspection and carrying students. That report led the Maryland Department of Transportation to inspect all roughly 800 county buses, finding 145 defects. In April, MDOT issued a list of recommendations to BCPS to better inspect its school buses.
One of your mechanics signed it saying the defects had been repaired, sir. They weren't repaired. Why won't you answer this question for parents?
2 months later, the district posted that the Director of Transportation job was available.
Baltimore County Schools tells Fox 45 News Grimm was transferred to a different position within the district. His title changed to Manager of Business Operations in mid-August. But the school system would not say why Grimm was moved to a different role. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Hurricane Fiona on the move and causing massive destruction. After the break, the rescue video we're seeing this morning and where that hurricane is heading now.
And in our region, a sunny day ahead, but how long will it last? Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the rain returns. 7:38 is your time.
7:41 this morning, Hurricane Fiona is heading to Turks and Caicos.
Now, that powerful storm left a trail of destruction in its wake. Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with its track and the devastation many in Puerto Rico are now waking up to. Taylor.
You guys have heard it all morning. Justin has been telling us Category 3 hurricane, 115-mile-per-hour winds. This is the first major hurricane of the Atlantic season. We want to show you guys the eye of that storm as it continues to push in towards the island here at our radar authority. But so far, there have been more than 1,000 rescues since it made landfall in Puerto Rico, many of them captured on camera. But take a listen to how powerful this rain is. You can hear that just slamming against the foliage and wiping away complete neighborhoods. You can see that inundated waterway with, it looks like debris, objects in it right now. But the entire island is getting help. Maryland Task Force 1 is heading there with a team that includes 35 firefighters, rescue members, along with 15 FEMA support personnel. They're flying out this morning at 8 o'clock. But back to our Weather Authority HD, forecasters say life-threatening winds. We will continue to follow this for you as it develops. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will have another look at the track of the storm in just a few minutes. Back from the Live Center, Tom and Patrice.
Thank you, Taylor. Fox 45 News continues to cover, continues your Vote 2022 coverage this morning. After the break, Jordana Schiffinelli is going to join us live with what you need to know on this National Voter Registration Day.
Adnan Syed is waking up this morning at home after spending 23 years in prison. Still to come this morning, we continue our live team coverage. 7:43. $7:45, a recall alert. Family Dollar's recalling certain Colgate products in 11 states.
The FDA says this is because certain Colgate toothpaste and mouthwash were stored outside the product's labeled temperature requirements.
Now, Colgate Optic White Charcoal Toothpaste and Colgate Optic White Mouthwash are part of this recall. Customers who bought these products can return them to Family Dollar. So far, there are no complaints or any reports of any illness related to this recall.
A new Guinness World Record has been set for the world's longest line of sandwiches. And you always wonder why they even attempted these, but there you go.
Yeah, various kinds of ham and cheese is what we're showing here. Charity organization Tango Charities, behind it all, assembling 10,852 sandwiches.
1,000 volunteers joined in to lend a hand and be part of the historic moment for Tango Charities. The best part is being able to donate more than 20,000 meals to kids in need.
What many people don't know is that there's over 260 food organizations all around North Texas, right? So we are the middle men, women, children, senior citizens that come together, that bring the food, that bring the meals, and we distribute it to our partner organizations to keep their shelves filled.
Tango Charities is no stranger to world records. The organization holds a Guinness record for most sandwiches made in 1 hour and another for the most people making sandwiches simultaneously.
Seems like Tango is related to sandwiches.
Yeah, they take it pretty seriously, but for a great cause, so it's good.
All right, well, somebody that also is really into sandwiches, meteorologist Justin Chambers. Just got to look at our forecast.
Today, though, you're into the pizza. He's into the pepperoni pizza.
Joey from Friends loves sandwiches, too. But yeah, today's National Pepperoni Pizza Day, guys. I mean, that's like...
You've been talking about it, but have yet to pop a pizza in the oven.
I asked you if you wanted one. You said, oh, if it only has a certain kind of pepperoni.
You asked one person in here. She said no, and now the rest of us have to suffer.
No pizza for anybody.
Yeah.
Hey, after I do this hit, I will go turn on the oven. How's that?
Well done.
Okay.
We'll see.
Hey, by the way, if you know Emmett Stanton, or Emmett, if you're watching, shout out to you. Two-day champion on Jeopardy, on again tonight, right here on Fox 45. Very excited to see our Baltimore friend on the show. This is the 39th season with Ken Jennings hosting. Of course, you can watch Jeopardy every weeknight right here at 7 o'clock on Fox 45. But yeah, I did great last night in Final Jeopardy, and hopefully you'll get another win tonight. Beautiful shot out here in the Inner Harbor. Maybe Emmett's hanging out and taking a run over on Forest on Fed Hill. Temperatures here, dew point temps. The muggy meter is going to stay kind of in that comfortable category. We're a little drier today, but it's going to tick up a few degrees over the next couple of days because we are bringing more moisture back in. But with that, we've got some rain. And notice the muggy meter basically Friday and Saturday drops off because the dew point temps fall below 50 degrees, so it'll be quite a bit drier. Overall today in your crab cast, Carlos the Crab says, yeah, it's a 4. Good to go on your crab cast for today. I think 4 is a good 4. Maybe not a total 5 out of 5 day, but I think it's going to be pretty nice overall. In fact, next hour, 70 degrees as you hang out at the Cross Street Market there in Fed Hill. Great day for lunch outdoors. We're talking about lower 80s. Maybe I need to put that thing up to a 5. And you can see our numbers here in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We'll see those numbers into the mid-80s. So overall, not too bad. Still a couple of great days to hang by the pool the last few days of summer, mid to upper 80s today and tomorrow. Now, notice Thursday, we bring the rain back in. So that's not going to be a pool day because we'll have to deal with some of those rain showers rolling through. 79 is typically where we are for this day, September 20th. We're going to be in the low to mid 80s across central Maryland for this afternoon. Great evening for some baseball as we take a look at your O's cast. The Tigers are in town. I know, tough loss last night, guys, but hopefully we can get back at it. 78 for that first pitch, mid 70s in the 5th inning. And again, a gorgeous night for some late summer baseball here in Charm City. All right, our future scan is pretty dry today and tomorrow. But our next weather maker comes in late Wednesday into Thursday. That's the cold front right there. Look at that thing. It's going to be pushing in, bringing with it those rain showers in the overnight. So we'll wake up Thursday to wet roads and wet bus stops as well. And then as we get into Thursday afternoon, the rain pretty much tapers off. We'll just see kind of the cloudy skies and the leftover drizzle. But overall, definitely looking at temperatures that will be quite a bit cooler as we head toward the end of the week. We mentioned that Fiona, again, a Category 3 hurricane, not expected to impact the East Coast, but it will impact Bermuda, and I'll put a track on that coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. But temperatures in the mid to upper 80s here over the next couple of days. We're dropping to 71 on Friday. That's after morning lows in the 50s, and it's going to be even colder on Saturday morning with some of us waking up in the 40s. Hello, fall. Back to you.
Firefighters in Sacramento bring an unconscious dog back to life following a house fire. The event caught on camera, including the emotional reunion.
Well, that's a great feel-good story. Something else to make you feel good?
It's time for a coffee break.
7:53, and in your national news this morning, we're taking a live look from the White House following some big and confused statements from the president on CBS 60 Minutes.
That includes the president saying the COVID-19 pandemic is over. Last week, the World Health Organization said the end of the pandemic is in sight as the U.S. remains under a public health emergency. The president acknowledged the U.S. still does have a problem with the virus.
Also in that interview, the president detailing what he can do to help prevent a recession. The Federal Reserve expected to raise interest again this week. Sinclair national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a look at what the president said and how it compares with the stress many Americans are feeling.
In this moment of economic uncertainty, with a potential recession looming, President Biden showing a steady hand.
Is the economy going to get worse before it gets better? No.
The president's answer comes after the stock market had its worst week in months. Investors spooked by worse than expected inflation data at a new annual rate of 8.3%. Nerves high ahead of action by the Fed later this week, widely expected to roll out another aggressive interest rate hike. A tough call for the central bank either way. Raise rates and risk slowing the economy into recession, or do nothing and allow prices to soar. President Biden describes his role in preventing a recession.
Continue to grow the economy. And we're growing the economy. It's growing in a way that it hasn't in years and years.
But economic data tells a more complicated story. Gross domestic product has actually had negative growth for 2 consecutive quarters, after 6 straight quarters of rapid growth, which many economists say was unsustainable. 2 areas of consistent growth, jobs and manufacturing.
We're growing entire new industries. We're 695, I think it is, or 85,000 new manufacturing jobs just since I've become president of the United States.
Polls show the economy is a vulnerability for Democrats here on Capitol Hill who are up for re-election. A new NBC survey shows that voters favor Republicans on the issue, but when asked which party they want to control Congress, Democrats and Republicans got equal support.
I'm Nancy Mace, and I have had it with crazy inflation.
Now it's a 7-week sprint to Election Day.
That's from the people who push bad trade deals with China. I vote against them every single time.
Each side working to convince voters they're the ones who can restore economic stability, while the Fed fights its own battle against inflation. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
Slightly cooler and drier afternoon in store with a warmer day tomorrow.
Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at when the next cool down is on the way.
Adnan Syed is a free man for the first time in over 20 years, but the next 30 days are critical. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why.
He said he can't believe it's real.
A judge tosses Adnan Syed's murder conviction, releasing him from prison for the first time in over 2 decades. What's next for Syed and why some are criticizing the city state's attorney?
I'm not supporting unless they give some more resources to Eastern and put Bel Air Edison at their request back in Northeastern District.
Baltimore police are beginning the historic process of changing its redistricting boundaries, but not everyone is on board.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Taylor Stewart.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get a look at the forecast.
Don't worry, I'll get the oven warmed up in just a second for National Pepperoni Pizza Day. So I know we are looking at that, and we're looking at what's going on overall for our forecast. Some beautiful shot this morning. Lots of sun that is out there right now from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Temperature-wise, 63 in Cumberland, mid to upper 60s here for Westminster and Laurel. We're at 71 in Baltimore City, 63 your temp currently in Bel Air. So out and about over the next couple of hours, we'll keep those numbers climb into the upper 70s by 11 a.m. and low to mid 80s as we take you into the afternoon today. 85 for our high. We're actually going to be a little bit warmer tomorrow, and then some big changes with our temperatures as we head toward the end of the week. We'll break that down for you coming up in just a few minutes.
This morning, Adnan Syed waking up at home. A Baltimore judge vacating Syed's life sentence for the 1999 murder of his high school girlfriend, Hae Min Lee. But the case made popular by the podcast Serial is far from over.
Fox 45 News found this video posted to Twitter showing Syed at home eating leftovers from the family fridge. We have extensive live team coverage on this case as we await the next steps going forward.
In just a few minutes, I'll have reactions surrounding that decision.
But we begin with Olivia Dance this morning. She is joining us live from the circuit court with more on what comes next. Olivia.
Good morning. And yesterday, Adnan Syed walked down these steps, greeted by cheers and applause. And he's a free man for the first time in over 20 years. But the next 30 days are critical for this case. Judge Finn, who chose to vacate his conviction, is giving prosecutors 30 days to decide whether to retry Syed or to dismiss this case altogether.
They really have to get through the first 30 days to figure out, is there going to be a retrial? Are we going to see a re-prosecution of this case? And only after those decisions are made by the Office of the State's Attorney for Baltimore City will the Syed family then be able to make decisions about how they will respond in kind.
State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby spoke outside the courthouse after the ruling, and last week her office filed a motion to vacate Syed's conviction and grant him a new trial. The move was sparked by prosecutors accusing the state of failing to properly turn over evidence and raising questions about possible suspects.
We still don't know the full outcome of the DNA, and then with 2 possible suspects looming overhead, whether that has any validity or not, that will also, too, influence whether this case could be successfully re-prosecuted.
But the Maryland Attorney General disputes these allegations, saying, quote, neither State's Attorney Mosby nor anyone from her office bothered to consult with either the Assistant State's Attorney who prosecuted the case or with anyone in my office. The file in this case was made available on several occasions to the defense. Back to you. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens over these next 30 days. But while he awaits prosecutors' next move, Syed will be under GPS supervision. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, reaction is pouring into our newsroom. Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning, and she's got more on what people are saying about this overturned conviction, and I see lots of comments there.
Well, Patrice, you have to think this is a local story, but this made national news with that podcast Serial releasing all of that information, looking into the circumstances around Syed's conviction. But folks are weighing in this morning. They've got a lot to say. Some saying it is about time. We've talked about this for years now. Another saying good for him. Prayers for his family. Many folks are saying they're happy for him, But some are more critical, more skeptical as to the timing of this. This comes as Judge Mosby, this Maryland State's Attorney, Marilyn Mosby, is heading towards her federal trial. And there's some people claiming that maybe she's in the judge's pocket, or maybe that this has something to do with it. But overall, folks seem to be glad to see this overturned conviction. We will keep you updated as this case continues. Tom?
Well, turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore City has now seen 250 lives lost to violence. That is 7 more than this time last year. 3 people were shot within an hour and a half of each other last night. A 26-year-old man shot in the head just after 6:30 in Northwest Baltimore. His condition unknown. Then just after 8, a double shooting along North Wolf Street in East Baltimore that left 2 people hurt.
Amid the violence, City Council is moving forward with a redistricting plan. It will help establish new boundaries for Baltimore City Police Departments. Supporters, including Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harris, say it's all about correcting the inequities of resources from one police district to another.
Bottom line is that it's important that public safety resources are distributed equitably across the city. And this piece of legislation that was championed by then Councilman Scott and now Mayor Scott is going to do just that. It's going to provide equitable resources across the entire city.
While some council members are in full support of the plan, others are hesitant, fearing the change could rattle well-established police communities and those relationships.
You're building that level of trust and relationships with your fellow officers, and you feel as though you can pick up the phone and talk to your fellow officers who's patrolling the street. There's a relationship that's built right there. And what we're saying now is that you're taking these officers away and you're putting them in districts where no one knows who they are.
Now, council members voted in favor of advancing the proposal, with Councilman Glover Stokes and Eric Costello in opposition. The final vote is expected next month. Heading back here to Anand Syed, who's waking up at home this morning after serving 23 years in prison. Syed's murder conviction was vacated yesterday, the newest development in a complex case that spans 2 decades. Now, joining us right now, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute. Let's talk about this. Can we get into the timing of this entire conviction being overturned? Why do you think now is the time we're seeing this?
We're seeing this for completely politically opportune or personally opportune efforts by Marilyn Mosby. It's clear that her federal corruption trial has a trial date set. In fact, the date of a hearing is when the announcement was made that she would go forward with vacating this conviction. Moreover, she's lost the election. She's leaving office. She has no means by which to return to political life. In fact, she'll likely be a federal prisoner very soon. And she's trying to leave a legacy or appeal to the public ahead of her trial. And in that case, Marilyn Mosby is making a last-ditch and desperate appeal to the public to show that she has some kind of popular mandate from the people across this country and make herself even more of a martyr.
Now, I think many people are interested to see what happens going forward with Syed's case, but others want to know, are there other suspects in this case? We are looking at a very open book here. Tell me what police are looking into or what you've learned along the way.
Well, the only thing we know is very vaguely that there are 2 other suspects who haven't been named or even described, other than to try to throw some kind of suspicion on them because of their previous or subsequent criminal history. There are hundreds, there are thousands of people in the city of Baltimore in the last 2 decades who've committed sex offenses or violence against women. So the idea that these 2 individuals have some other claim to being the suspect is ridiculous. There's no further evidence other than to try to cast aspersions on unnamed individuals. They're effectively anonymous. We have no DNA evidence linking them to the crime. We have nothing other than some very vague claim that they knew where to ditch the car. There's no evidence that's been put forward that is at all compelling that hasn't been either revealed before and dismissed out of hand by previous prosecutors, including the Attorney General of the state of Maryland, who, by the way, is a liberal Democrat who was very angry, I would say, in his press release last night, suggesting that they were failing to disclose evidence to the defense. That's just false. And so much of what's being claimed by Marilyn Mosby and the defense, and in this case the judge, is just outright a lie. There's nothing to it. It is a bunch of rumor mongering and promoting a podcast conspiracy theories, and it's really a travesty for justice, especially the Lee family.
Well, we'll definitely have to see what happened with this case and justice moving forward. Thank you so much, Sean.
Thank you.
Election day is almost here. Still ahead, the steps you need to take to make sure that you are ready to cast your ballot. And this morning, we're speaking live with one of the names you could see on the ballot.
Plenty of sunshine out there right now, and we're actually going to be a little bit cooler for the afternoon. We're going to break it down in your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
8:15 on this Tuesday morning in your Vote 2022. Fox 45 is bringing you the candidates running to be your next leader. Joining us now on the Dan Cox ticket, running for Lieutenant Governor, Jordana Schiffinelli. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
You were quoted, though, as saying the Maryland Board of Education morphed into a racist, sexist, and gender-baiting entity. As a result, the exodus of students from public schools has skyrocketed. As Lieutenant Governor, how would you change that?
I think we need to go back to diversity of thought as opposed to diversity of students based on their skin color, national origin, gender, or sex orientation. I think those are divisive rhetorics that do not belong to K through 12th grade. Maybe college students can debate certain historical wrongs. We can always go back to history. But I think little kids, kindergartners or pre-K, dividing each other based on their race or sexual orientation, or even discussing that is not something that American children should be focused in their early childhood education. It is my desire to implement and to bring some new, fresh look to parents and students. I come from Europe. I am a product of top-notch education. I learned English in pre-K and kindergarten. There's no reason why American students and kids cannot learn foreign language like Spanish or French or German starting with pre-K. Get another foreign language in 3rd, 5th, 6th grade. Get them exposed to cultures in a true diverse manner, as opposed to pinning each other based on, oppressor, oppressed, or any kind of critical theories that do not belong in school.
You say starting to get those children there. A lot of private schools actually start teaching at kindergarten and 1st grade levels here, too. What about then, as you say, a common sense approach for education? Would that include school choice?
Absolutely. Imagine if parents had a choice to send their children to any school they desire. They pay so much money in taxes. An average per student cost is about $13,000 to $14,000 per student, depending on the county where they live. Imagine if that money can be sent to any school parents desire. And so that the students have a choice, teachers have a choice where to teach, parents have a choice to send children to schools that conform to their home values, to whatever they want to promote as part of their family. I think choices are good. Imposition of any kind is not good. Force and coercion of any kind is not good. And I think that students would benefit if they have a choice and if they have opportunities to learn the way their parents deem fit.
Jordana, one last question for you. How do you overcome the 2-to-1 Democrat state with Republican Governor Larry Hogan now very vocal against your running mate, Dan Cox?
So that is such an interesting question, because Goucher poll just came out yesterday, and 64% of everybody are very concerned about inflation. 62% of the entire state is concerned about law and order, which is crime in our cities. And the third biggest concern for Marylanders is education. Those three things are the cornerstones of Cox-Schiffinelli campaign. So that tells me that our voters are not informed accurately the differences in between two different candidates. And I like to be an underdog. I was an underdog in the primary, and we ended up winning. I think there is no debate between parents in Maryland whether they want their children to thrive or not. There's no debate among anybody whether they want safe schools, safe streets, safe communities. I think we agree on all of that, and it's only a matter of us informing the voters how much we would like to make Maryland, like Florida, thriving economically, diversity-wise, as well as safety-wise.
All right, running for a candidate for Lieutenant Governor Jordana Schiffinelli. Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Sure. Now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast as we've got some summer-like conditions now as we're ending summer.
Yeah, last couple of days of summer, Tom, still hanging on to some 80s. We are going to be quite a bit cooler later this week, right on cue for the new season to arrive. Looking out over the Patapsco, everything looking good right now from our downtown camera. Notice on our Muggy meter that the Muggy meter stays in the nice category, so we're actually going to see some drier air that will be in place later this afternoon. Overall, next 12 hours, numbers steadily rise into the the mid-80s by the time we get through the middle part of the afternoon today. Reisterstown checking in at 76 by 10 a.m. You're going to see those numbers in that 2 o'clock hour, right about 85. Great day to be outdoors. And again, with that less humid air, should feel pretty nice. Even into the lower 80s if you're doing Taco Tuesday tonight, or maybe getting in on some of those pepperoni pizzas. 85 for our high. The sun will be up until 7:07 tonight. So those daylight hours are definitely shrinking as we get closer to the equinox. Hey, a great afternoon or evening to throw some stuff on the grill. Maybe you're going to be excited for the O's game at Camden Yards later tonight. They are taking on the Detroit Tigers, trying to get another win as we are 5 games out from the wild card. 78 degrees that first pitch, and mid-70s into that 5th inning later tonight. Now, here's a look at our equinox, the autumnal equinox, which starts officially 9:03 on Thursday night. That is when the Earth's axis is tilted neither toward nor away from the sun. You have an equal amount of daylight and darkness at all latitudes. That's why our daylight hours are shrinking. And that happens again on Thursday night. And you can see what's going on with our future scan. We're not tracking much of anything. Our next weather maker comes in Wednesday night into Thursday. So we'll start off Thursday with some rain in the morning time, and then off and on into the afternoon, some leftover showers before drier and much cooler air works into the area. Still tracking Hurricane Fiona, again a Category 3. This is our first major hurricane of the season. This is 115-mile-an-hour winds expected to be a Category 4 and head toward Bermuda and eventually up toward Halifax, Nova Scotia by the weekend. Here's a look at our 7-day forecast, keeping the 80s for the next couple of days. 71 on Friday, mid-70s on Saturday.
Okay, so I'm going to have a conversation with Mariana. That cannot happen.
The search is on for a new leader of Baltimore County Schools Transportation Department. How a series of shortcomings may have set off the search for a replacement.
And this bocce tournament and family picnic is for a great cause. We'll tell you all about coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
A25, it's so Baltimore. Next weekend, take the entire family out to support the Special Olympics of Maryland.
The Society of Italian American Businessmen will host its annual bocce ball tournament and family picnic. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at Hartford County Equestrian Center with more on what we can expect. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. I'm with the president, President Joe. Make some noise for the president.
Hey, Joe Papa.
Joe Papa knows everything you need to know about bocce ball, but it's more than just bocce ball. It's just a great event for a great cause, right, Joe?
That's right. So on Saturday, October 1st and Sunday, October 2nd, SIAB will be hosting the SIAB Bocce Tournament and Family Picnic to benefit the Maryland State or Maryland Special Olympics.
And it's going to be a great event. Again, you know, it's going to be, I mean, bocce ball is you know everything about bocce ball. So this is a traditional Italian game.
It is an Italian game
ever, right?
It's the oldest game known to mankind. It dates back all the way to 5200 BC when there are pictographs in caves in Egypt that show people throwing stones at a target. The Romans were typically the ones that started the game as we know it today. And in 1947 is when the first Italian bocce league started.
I love it. And so the benefit, in addition to being a wonderful family event and also the tournaments going on, is going to benefit a special organization.
It's going to benefit the Special Olympics. We're actually, on Sunday, we're actually having the regional tournament here for them to compete to go to the Nationals. So it's going to be a fun family day for everybody. Again, for more info, you can go to www.siabbocce.com. That's SIABBOCCE.com. One-day passes are $10. 2-day passes are $15. So come on out and join. Throw the Polino and join some dignitaries like Queen Elizabeth, Da Vinci, Galileo, George Washington. They all played the game of bocce.
Look at this guy. It looks like he's in the movies, doesn't he? Look at Joe. Look at President Joe.
So
again, it's a great event, guys.
That's cool to hear the
right?
history.
President Joe's take. Come on out.
I also want to throw in some names here. David Letterman and Kevin Durant, also great bocce players. Just learned about that. If you want to brush up on your skills, something that just came out.
Interesting.
Netflix. Just
There's
watch it and then
guys, did you see me just throw the ball?
David Letterman, just search David Letterman, Kevin Durant. That's how you'll learn.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Mark.
Wow. Who knew?
Who knew?
Thanks, guys.
All right. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Everything is not as it seems, especially on TikTok. Why researchers are also warning users to be wary of what they're learning when they're scrolling.
Adnan Syed is a free man after the state's attorney filed a motion to vacate his conviction, but now some are questioning her timing. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain why.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
8:31 now on this Tuesday, September 20th. I'm Tom Rogers.
September 20th already.
Yes, already.
Good
right.
Gosh, we are close to summer. Well,
over.
Close to summer ending, close to fall. Let's look at your forecast, Justin.
That's right, Taylor. Good morning, Tom. Good morning to you as well. We are taking a look at those numbers for the last few days of summer that are going to be in the 80s, but we definitely have some cooler temperatures as fall is right around the corner. So there's our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. You can see that sun that is out there. Lots of sunshine today, and actually temperatures will be a little bit cooler. Right now, statewide, we're in the 60s out west and some 60s up and down the bay from Bel Air over to Westminster. 71 currently in Baltimore and 70 your temp in Annapolis. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Low to mid 70s is where we will end up. You can see our mild conditions if you're going to be out for that morning exercise. Topping out at 85 today. We're warmer tomorrow, but then Thursday we do bring in some rain, and that's going to bring some cooler temperatures as we begin the brand new season. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Baltimore County Public Schools looking for a new director of transportation.
Now, the search for a new leader follows a difficult year of violent fights on school buses, a shortage of drivers, and other scandals over bus policy inspections.
Yeah, and Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning to explain. Chris, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Tom, and welcome to Fox 45, Taylor. So this is a story that we've been following for about a year now. We broke this in November, where we had a mechanic come to us with information that school buses with broken parts were passing inspection and carrying students. And this ended up going to the Maryland State Department of Transportation, which inspected all the buses and found 145 defects and recommended new requirements for Baltimore County schools to inspect their school buses. We've been following this now for 10 months, but as all that was happening, there were other significant issues that were going on in the Department of Transportation in Baltimore County schools. We had fights on school buses where we interviewed parents that had to pull their kids off the buses. We interviewed bus drivers who quit because of the violence, and now we know that there's a massive bus driver shortage, not just in Baltimore County, but throughout the state of Maryland. Parents were complaining that the buses were dropping their kids off late to school, picking them up late, students not getting to school at all. Parents of students with disabilities, the mechanics on the school bus to help them with their disabilities, specifically children in wheelchairs, they were breaking down. And there were just issue after issue here over the past year, most of which Project Baltimore is documenting. And now, as you guys mentioned, Baltimore County Schools is looking for a new director of transportation.
Chris, was that, though, a direct result, though? I mean, did this new director step down? Was that director fired? Do we have any information there?
Well, the timing is certainly there, Tom. So the Maryland State Department of Transportation issued its recommendations and its final report on the broken buses that were carrying students in April. And 2 months later, the school system started looking for a new director. Now, when we asked the school system why this was happening, it's a personnel issue. So they're not going to say if Dr. Jess Grimm requested a transfer to a different position, if he was fired, if he was demoted, if he was he's still in Baltimore County Public Schools, he's just in a different position. He's now manager of business operations. He is no longer director of transportation. So they're not going to tell us why he's not there anymore, but the timing certainly adds up that, it was right after this Department of Transportation report comes out with all these other issues that were going on.
Yeah, questioning that timing right there. Chris Papps, thank you. We appreciate it.
The man at the center of a popular podcast, Serial, is celebrating a win this morning. Adnan Syed is at home after being awarded the right to a new trial. The man convicted of killing his high school girlfriend, Heyman Lee, had been in prison for the last 23 years. He says this is a day he did not think would come.
He said he can't believe it's real.
Did he say what he's looking forward to at all?
I think he's looking forward to being with his family.
Now, some are criticizing Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby and her handling of the case.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now outside of the Circuit Courthouse with questions surrounding the timing of this. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, that's exactly right. Some experts are wondering why it took Mosby so long to look at Adnan Syed's case, and they're also wondering why now. Just last week, her office filed a motion to vacate his conviction, and that motion was granted by Judge Finn yesterday. But this all comes as Mosby's facing trial herself and as her time in office is coming to an end.
The timing is absolutely curious in terms of coincidental with her trial and attempting to pander to Adnan Syed's followers.
Syed was convicted of killing his girlfriend, Heyman Lee, over 20 years ago, but Mosby says that in the interest of fairness and justice, Syed deserves a new trial due to new evidence that needs to be considered. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute questions Judge Finn's decision.
The judge, at the end of the day, had the right to delay the hearing. The judge had the right to ask for more evidence, but the judge didn't do that.
Syed's case isn't the first high-profile decision Judge Finn has made. One example is the case of convicted arsonist Luther Trent. Judge Finn accepted a plea deal from Mosby's office that released him from jail, and Finn eventually overturned that plea deal. But the family of Heyman Lee says they're disappointed that the hearing happened so quickly. And yesterday in court, her brother told Judge Finn that he feels betrayed by the state's attorney's office. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, we reached out to the presumptive next city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, for comment on the case. On Friday, his campaign told us, quote, after becoming the de facto state's attorney-elect, Ivan Bates is not making any comments towards cases that may fall under his administration. Bates has said in the past he did not plan to retry Adnan Syed.
Now, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, whose time in office is running out, is focused on helping fight crime in Baltimore? As you see right there on the bottom, so far, 93% of the voters have responded no. You can still weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Sickle Cell Awareness Month, and Fox 45 This Morning News is making sure you're educated. Coming up, we are live with a doctor from GBMC with what you need to know and where you can turn for help.
And a live look now at the harbor. You can see rain in your forecast later. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers with your full forecast just ahead. looking ahead, are you 21 and looking for a boozy event to kick off your spooky season? Well, try the Maryland Zoo. They've got a party for you.
Oh, they have some parties there. Tarantula's Tequila, happening next Friday, September 30th at the Maryland Zoo right here in Baltimore.
Now, the event will be packed with all of the zoo's creepy, crawly critters, and you'll even be able to take pictures with the tarantulas, scorpions, centipedes, and more, if that's your thing.
Just don't drink the centipedes as the worm in the tequila.
What? I thought that was part of it.
Kicked out when that
That's
happens.
not part of it?
So I've heard.
Oh.
You can buy these tickets right now on the zoo's website. Your ticket purchase gets you into the event, but it also gets you 1 tequila-based cocktail, 3 tequila variety samples, and 3 tacos from Poppy's Tacos.
All right. Oh, man. Not even his slip-resistant Crocs could live that one down. Post Malone playing a good sport there. We've got an update on his concert fall just ahead.
And Bad Bunny is certainly not living up to his name. How he's honoring those impacted by gun violence in schools. 8:42 is your time. (8:44) in September is National Sickle Cell Awareness Month. It's the most common form of inherited blood disorders in the United States, affecting almost 100,000 Americans. Dr. April Ruffin, board-certified hospitalist at GBMC, is joining us now with more. Dr. Ruffin, thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Sure. You hear about sickle cell. How would parents know if their child was born with sickle cell disease or sickle cell trait?
Yeah, so in the United States, there's actually current criteria that we have for all newborns that are born. So we actually do screening for all of our newborns. And it's usually a simple blood test that will help answer that question for parents.
So then if they do have the trait or the gene, what does that mean? Does that mean automatically they will have sickle cell?
Well, there's a difference between having sickle cell trait and having sickle cell disease. So sickle cell trait does not come with all of the things that we hear about with sickle cell disease. So basically having a trait means you're a carrier for the disease, but those that have sickle cell trait don't tend to have the things that we can see, such as kidney disease, vision loss, the pain that can be in the joints and other parts of the body. Sickle cell disease, on the other hand, means that you actually have two genes that affect your red blood cells and their ability to carry oxygen. And so what happens is when you have the disease, those cells actually change their shape from being nice little round things that kind of move around to becoming more cyclical in shape that can kind of clump up together and can get basically kind of blocked up and can start causing a lot of problems. And it can affect every organ in the body.
So then does that mean then if your child does come positive with the gene, doctors would recommend, okay, say we're going to need to start taking, it's like aspirin, a pill, or is there some other form that we could treat?
So there's different types of treatment. So typically when the newborn is diagnosed, and most people are diagnosed during early childhood because of our national screening. But usually initially, once it's identified, then your pediatricians get you connected with hematologists and other specialists that are familiar with treating sickle cell disease, and they start treatment based upon your age group to help prevent long-term effects as well as routine screenings, because you are more prone to having issues long-term. So the earlier the screening, the better we can do for prevention and treatment.
Dr. April Ruffin with GBMC, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Sure. Now we want to get a check with our weather here. In fact, at 8:47, we want to check back in with Justin Chambers. She's looking at the forecast for us here, and a great shot behind you there at Towson.
Yeah, not too bad at all, Tom. It's National Pepperoni Pizza Day. A pepperoni pizza in the oven as we speak. So hopefully we'll get a check on that and we can test it out. And maybe you can enjoy some pizza today. I'm telling you, if you want to do anything, I would do it outside. Today is going to be very nice. In fact, less humid than yesterday and a little cooler than what we saw yesterday as well. Hank the Bird, happy about that? Yep, 73 next hour, lower 80s on your Bird is the Word cast as Hank and his feathered friends will be out and about today. Right about 85 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Look, we still got a couple of good days of pool time for you on your pool cast if you still have access to, or those pools are still open, mid to upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday. Now, Thursday, not a good pool day because we are tracking some more rain that's going to be moving into the area. But high temps today, typically in the upper 70s. A lot of us will be in the upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties into Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. 82 Perry Hall and White Marsh, 85 in Baltimore City, 84 in Dundalk. Up and down the 95 corridor, low to mid 80s for Philadelphia down through Baltimore and D.C. 81 if you're heading down the ocean there in Ocean City, upper 70s in New York today. And let me tell you, the O's are back at it tonight. Great night for baseball. The Detroit Tigers in town. I know last night was not a fun game for O's fans, but don't worry, trying to get back on that winning train today. And we're still 5 games back from the AL wild card with 17 to play. So we still got a chance. We just got to get those wins in. But a great night for baseball there at Camden. All right, here's a look at our future scan. You can see what's going on today. Not much. In fact, drier air is going to be in place. Tomorrow, a little bit more humid and a few more clouds rolling in by tomorrow afternoon. This is ahead of our next weather maker. That's going to be a cold front. We'll wake up Thursday morning with some wet roads and some wet grass out there. Some of those showers left over through our morning commute. And then into the afternoon, the cloud cover kind of sticks around and it'll be overcast for most of Thursday, but then drier and much cooler as we head into Friday. That'll be the first full day of fall. Very powerful, strong storm. It's already caused a lot of damage. This is Hurricane Fiona, Category 3 storm. 115-mile-an-hour wind. This is now off of the Dominican Republic and in areas near the Turks and Caicos Islands. This storm is going to track in the open waters of the Atlantic and more than likely become a 4 with 140-mile-an-hour winds by tomorrow afternoon, moving toward Bermuda. Really tough to see, but there's a little dot right there. This will be by early Friday morning with 130-mile-an-hour winds, potentially heading all the way up into Halifax, Nova Scotia by the time we head into the upcoming weekend. So not expected to impact the U.S. East Coast, but obviously we'll keep our eyes on that. 2 days to that fall equinox. We're just 41 away from Halloween and now 65 days until Thanksgiving. Yeah, 9 weeks and 2 days until I get my Thanksgiving food. All right, 71 on Friday, mid-70s Saturday. Overall, should be a very nice first weekend of fall. All right, let's take a look at a view through your window right now. This is a pretty shot. Look at that. Couple of kitty cats right there. This is Miracle and Sweetie. Myra sent this picture in, so thank you so much, Myra. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen. I'm going to head outdoors and look at some leaves. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will step in and do some weather. Tom?
Wow, all right. Nice. Have fun looking at the leaves. Now to your Lynn Stoller traffic network and taking a look at your drive times here, 95 to 83. And that's slow because of Parkville. You know that area. We're exactly on the outer loop there. It's just the volume there. No incidents to report. The only issue to report now is south of the city, 95, both north and southbound lanes. There's incidents right there. Two-car collision right at Canton Avenue.
Trending now, a new report shows TikTok is delivering misinformation to some of its young users.
Yeah, Misinformation Monitor NewsGuard published a new study. Their reporting shows nearly 20% of TikTok videos contain some form of misinformation.
The researchers compared search engine results from TikTok and Google. This month, major news topics included the 2020 presidential election and Russia's war in Ukraine.
Now, researchers also found TikTok's search engine containing health misinformation and other dangerous claims.
Rapper Bad Bunny is not living up to his name.
No, we should be calling him Good Bunny.
Pretty much.
He may not sell the records, though, but he's kind of good, and he may actually put you in some tears here.
Yeah, take a look at these photos. The Puerto Rican singer enjoying time with a 10-year-old Maya Zamora, one of the survivors of the deadly shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas.
Now, the global superstar invited Maya and her family to his concert. Maya was in the hospital for 66 days and had to go through more than 20 surgeries for gunshot wounds to her hands, arms, chest, and back. Bad Bunny was one of the people who donated money to the Correa Family Foundation, which is buying Maya and her family a new home.
Musician Post Malone is on the mend after falling and bruising his ribs during a concert.
Yeah, he fell hard. Watch this. You see that right there? The incident happened about an hour into a show in St. Louis. You can see he fell through an opening on the stage. That's when he went down hard. Malone was down for about 10 minutes. But then guess what? He got up, finished the performance.
That is dedication. He was taken to the hospital after the concert for x-rays. That's when he learned his ribs were not broken. Wait, good. In a video on social media, Malone thanked his fans and said he was ready to keep on with the tour.
Instacart is revamping their shopping carts, making it easier and quicker for users buying their groceries. We're breaking down the new features coming up next.
Bosses and managers, listen up. In our next half hour, we're speaking to an expert on how to deal with difficult employees in the office and over Zoom, how you can diffuse situations and remain respectful.
One way a boss can help diffuse many tense situations may be free coffee. You get free coffee. You get free coffee.
I get free coffee.
You get free coffee.
Well, I guess it's time for a coffee break.
9:14. As more employees continue to return to the workplace, whether in person or virtually, difficulties may arise when team members are not on the same page. That rift could make for an uncomfortable work environment. Executive coach and CEO of John Matone Global and Air Force veteran Dr. Mike Smith is joining us to talk more about how to diffuse the situations. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. All right. So when you have somebody that you don't necessarily get along with at work, it can be tense. It can be annoying. You have tips to help us through that, though.
Sure do. Yeah. And the first thing with all these tips, and thank you very much for your time today and allowing me the opportunity. But with the tips, the very first thing that we should take on is being compassionate, right? When we show compassion to someone, that kind of has a tendency to like let the guards down, kind of make the situation a little bit more smooth. Because one thing that we tend to make the mistake of is thinking we know why someone is acting that way, or we automatically assume they're doing that because they want to. But we've found that the majority of the time there's an underlying reason. So they could be dealing with a death in the family or trouble at home or financial hardships, or, the list goes on in today's environment. So showing compassion and not thinking we know what's going on is a huge first step.
And that is a very nice way to approach that. Don't wake up and choose violence instead. Choose compassion
Right.
and try to look at it that way. All right. You also say no matter what they're doing, don't let it get to you. And probably that's good advice because you don't want to change how you do your job and that be impacted and then that comes down on you.
Exactly. So one of the things we can't do is just take it personal, right? There's, again, that underlying reason. So when we step into that role of taking it personal and letting it bother us, then that tends to have our focus shift to acting kind of the same way and mirroring that behavior, and then it just spirals.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What if it is intentional, and what if it's not a bad day on their part, and they are just that kind of person, and they're going to get under your skin each and every day? What do you do then?
So two things really on that, right? The first thing is to limit your interactions with that individual, whether you're a coworker or a manager. Limit the interactions, right? So just do what you have to do. And on top of everything else, always remain professional, right? Take the high road, do what you have to do as an individual, but limit the interactions and stay away from, like you said, just getting drawn down into that mess, right? And the other thing is that we can't be afraid to do is ask for help, right? If it's to the point where it's really affecting you, don't be afraid to reach out for help to a manager, to HR, and thinking you're going to be a tattletale.
Okay.
So you don't want to do it, right?
All right. Yeah, I think a lot of people may choose to stay away from that because then they think, oh, well, now I look like the problem because I'm running to tell this. But sometimes you're saying you need that help.
Right. And especially if you said like you feel it's intentional, by not addressing that, that's what we call kind of the toxic employee that starts to spread throughout the department. Right. So by choosing to turn a blind eye when you know something's probably intentionally going on is just kind of letting it fester and perpetuate, which isn't good for anyone.
Mike, thank you. A woosah moment. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, well, time now, it's 9:17, and you know what? We ought to go to somebody that we enjoy working with when we sent the other one outside, right?
Yes, we have replaced our problem with, no, he's not a problem.
He's not.
He's funny, though. We've got Jasmine. Oh, I hear him coming around the corner. Jasmine Lomax is here. You better take it away before he gets even more riled up.
I know he might try to come and do the weather for me.
He might.
He's going to be outside, I'm sure, loving the weather. It feels great right now. Over Baltimore, we have sunshine, temperatures around 74. And notice how it feels. It actually feels lower than the actual temperature thanks to our low humidity. We'll keep things nice and comfortable today. Across the state, we're seeing those numbers mainly in the 70s, 74 also in Annapolis, 77 in Cambridge. That's the warm spot on the map. Then toward western Maryland, we do have some spots in the 60s, but will continue to rise throughout the day. High temperatures reach the upper 70s and the low to mid 80s. That will keep us above average once again. Notice it actually is going to feel like early September rather than mid-September. But for those waiting on the nice fall cool down, that is coming right in time for the start of fall. First, today we stay nice and dry, and as we head toward lunchtime, it looks great for eating outside with temperatures still staying in the 70s. Then as kids head home from school in the afternoon, we're looking at temperatures in the 80s. Overnight, we stay quiet, and we'll wake up to a few more clouds tomorrow morning around 7 a.m. Then by the afternoon, temperatures a few degrees higher. We stay in the 80s. We're still talking more cloud coverage, and this is all ahead of our next weather maker. So tomorrow serves as a transition day. Then overnight into Thursday morning, we have our next cold front moving through. That will lead to our next chance for showers. So make sure that you do have the umbrellas. That looks like they occur starting in the morning into the afternoon. Meanwhile, we're keeping watch on Hurricane Fiona. That is now a major hurricane, expected to impact Turks and Caicos. Then tomorrow, it has the potential to strengthen into a Category 4 hurricane before moving north, potentially affecting Bermuda. Then it continues to weaken as it moves into cooler waters toward Canada, but it could impact areas there too with heavy rains and gusty winds. We're also keeping an eye on 2 areas in the Atlantic Basin. The one in red has a high chance of formation and could become our next depression. The one in orange has a medium chance of development over the next 5 days, but I do think that's an area to watch as conditions are favorable for development. 85 for the high temperature with plenty of sunshine. And then as we continue into the day tomorrow, expect a slight warm for the full last day of summer. 87, 82. As we start fall on Thursday, then temperatures drop to the 70s over the weekend. After that, we're looking at high temperatures returning to the 80s. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. New developments in the high-speed chase through Baltimore ending with 3 juveniles in custody. How an armed robbery is the cause for officers chasing the vehicle in the first place. Adnan Syed is home this morning after his murder conviction was tossed out. Why critics are now questioning the timing by City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. 9:20 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Yeah, September is Family Meals Month. Home-cooked meals nourish the brain and the health of all your family members. And right now, grocery shopping can be a little stressful, especially when you see those high prices. Registered dietitian with UMMC, Angela Meadow, is joining us now. She's sharing all the tips on how to get good, healthy food for the family.
Yes. So, you know, prices
at a better price.
At a better price.
Right.
So prices have really soared.
Yeah.
It's the highest since 1979
It's
for
just
food.
incredible.
It is. So where do you start? You really buy things that are perishable in small quantities.
Okay.
So do not go really big. So if you only need 1 dozen of eggs, only buy one dozen eggs. The other thing is shop in season. And so move over the melons. I know we like melons, but fall is approaching just in a couple of days. So that is where your apples and oranges, sweet potatoes and carrots and things like that will be a lesser price.
Lesser price, and they're normally not right up front because grocery stores want to put those higher end items right
do.
when you walk in.
They do. And then also people want to buy in bulk. I would say you buy in bulk in some of your basics that you use, those pantry items, especially some of your grains, cereal, even meat can be bought in bulk. But I will tell you, to save you money, you want to eat less meat. And you want to be more plant forward.
So you start going, we're cutting back on our portions here. So say you're starting to change the way that you eat meat with your kids. How do you kind of direct them to say, okay, now we're going to start going, do you just pack the plate with more cheaper foods?
No, you actually pack the plate for more plant forward. So, you know, I always say repurpose what you made the last night before. And so if I had grilled salmon and you know what, the next day I'm going to throw it on a salad. Or guess what? If you roast a whole chicken, why not make chicken salad the next day or make soup? And the other thing is bread. So I will tell you a little secret. How you really, you can shop outlets for bread, but also you can freeze it. The freezer is the key. So when you buy things that especially are perishable, such as berries or even having peppers or onions, freeze it because you will be able to pull out and reuse it.
And peppers. You can freeze them.
Yes,
we freeze our bread all the time.
Yes, but you want to chop it up, and so it's ready available. A cheap way also to have produce is getting through the frozen section because you'll be able to save dollars that way. But it's about planning with your family. And I would say, you know what, your kids, and also your family members should really be able to say, okay, what we're going to have this week. They can go
plan it out together.
And then we just talked about, you know, how much are we going to spend? And we can use savings through apps and coupons.
Do you think it's wise then with kids to say, okay, here's our budget. If we go above that, we have to learn how to, now we have to put certain things back and keep that budget.
And keep that budget. And also really explore what supermarkets have the best deals. Now, not on the junk, because eating family meals really nourish not only your brain, but also the whole entire family.
And having that sitting down together and doing that together too. Man,
it's great bonding.
Stories. Yes, great bonding.
Look
at that. Just this, it's staying cheaper at the grocery store doesn't mean you have to sacrifice the health right there.
No. Not at all.
Jim Meadow right there for the UMMC, keeping us informed and keeping the family together. My goodness, I was raised on these right here. My mother's like, back in the 70s when the prices were high. All right. Temperatures will be slightly cooler today. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax says when the temperatures are going to drop even more as we head into fall. And I'm not even sure where meteorologist Justin Chambers is. Is he even working right now?
Adnan Syed is a free man after the state's attorney filed a motion to vacate his conviction, but now some are questioning her timing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
The Orioles, yeah, they're feeling it this morning after a tough loss to the Detroit Tigers just yesterday. Hopefully, they can come out on top as they take on the Tigers for Game 2 tonight. First pitch, 7:05.
Feeling good about that one. It's going to happen. Well, welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're going to get right over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. Make sure that it is baseball weather out there, really. And it looks like you've got, well, we're talking about something else.
Yeah, we've got the tropics, but here we do have great baseball weather and a great view of Camden Yards in the background. We've got plenty of sunshine. Temperatures currently sit at 74, so it feels great outside this morning. Great for going for a walk or run or maybe doing some yard work. Across the state, we're seeing those temperatures in the low to mid 70s. Annapolis also at 74. The warm spot on the map over on the eastern shore, Cambridge at 77. But we're all looking at a nice warm up. High temperatures will reach the mid 80s by the afternoon. If you are planning to go to the game, temperatures around 78 for the first pitch. Then those numbers gradually start to fall, 76 by the 5th inning. And then by the 9th inning, temperatures in the mid 70s. We're actually looking at our high temperatures close to that number as we start fall. I'll let you know when you can expect that cool down coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
9:31. The subject of the popular podcast Serial is waking up in his own home this morning. Adnan Syed was released after being awarded the right to a new trial.
The man convicted of killing his high school sweetheart, Heyman Lee, had been in prison for 23 years. It was a day he never thought would come, though.
He said he can't believe it's real.
Did he say what he's looking forward to at all?
I think he's looking forward to being with his family.
Well, now some are criticizing Baltimore City State's attorney, Marilyn Mosby, and her handling of the case.
Joining us live this morning outside the Circuit Courthouse with the questions surrounding the timing of this all. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, that's exactly right. Some experts are wondering why it took Mosby so long to look at Adnan Syed's case, and they're also wondering why now. Just last week, the state's attorney's office filed a motion to vacate his conviction, and that motion was granted by Judge Finn just yesterday. But this all comes as Mosby's facing trial herself, and as her time in office is coming to an end.
Moreover, she's lost the election. She's leaving office. She has no means by which to return to political life. In fact, she'll likely be a federal prisoner very soon. And she's trying to leave a legacy or appeal to the public ahead of her trial. And in that case, Marilyn Mosby is making a last and desperate appeal to the public to show that she has some kind of popular mandate from the people across this country.
Syed was convicted of killing his girlfriend, Heyman Lee, over 20 years ago, but Mosby says that in the interest of fairness and justice, Syed deserves a new trial due to the new evidence that needs to be considered. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute questions Judge Finn's decision.
The judge, at the end of the day, had the right to delay the hearing. The judge had the right to ask for more evidence, but the judge didn't do that.
Syed's case isn't the first high-profile decision Judge Finn has made. One example is the case of convicted arsonist Luther Trent. Judge Finn accepted a plea deal from Mosby's office that released him from jail, and then Finn eventually overturned that plea deal. But the family of Heyman Lee says they're disappointed that the hearing happened so quickly. And yesterday at court, her brother told Judge Finn that he feels betrayed by the state's attorney's office. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
We reached out to the presumptive next city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, for comment on this case last week. On Friday, his campaign told us, quote, after becoming the de facto state's attorney-elect, Ivan Bates is not making any comments toward cases that may fall under his administration. Now, Bates has said in the past that he did not plan to retry Adnan Syed.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, whose time in his office is running out, is focused on helping fight crime in Baltimore? As you see on the bottom there, so far 95% of voters have already voted no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Continuing coverage this morning, the Baltimore City Police Department is now reviewing whether all policies and procedures were followed in last Friday's high-speed chase that ended with 3 juveniles in custody.
Fox 45 News has learned all 3 suspects are from York County, Pennsylvania.
Baltimore City Police say the suspects led officers on a more than 15-mile chase into Baltimore County. They were wanted in connection with an armed robbery in Pennsylvania.
Former Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson says armed robbery does fit the criteria that likely allowed those officers to chase the vehicle in the first place.
Police supervisors are required to, essentially assert themselves in a supervisory way to determine, A, does the pursuit meet the criteria for an authorized pursuit? In this case, it looks like it did. And then B, to assert that supervisory oversight to make sure the pursuit is being conducted in a way that's safe to the public and to the individual police officers.
Now, Fox 45 News sent questions to Baltimore Police Department asking for more details on the armed robbery. A spokesperson acknowledged our request, but is yet to answer our questions.
The Baltimore City Council is calling for an informational hearing into the coordination between the Baltimore Police Department, school police, and the Baltimore City Sheriff's Office. The council wants to hear from each agency about how they're working together to address the crime crisis in Baltimore and discuss ideas for how the agencies could work together better. 9:36 now. This morning, Hurricane Fiona is heading to Turks and Caicos.
Now, it leaves a trail of deadly destruction, though, in its wake. Taylor Stewart is joining us live from our live center this morning with its track and the devastation many in Puerto Rico, Taylor, are waking up to now.
Well, look, guys, this is the first major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season. Let's go straight to our Weather Authority HD radar of the storm as it continues to near towards the Bermuda and Turks and Caicos. Fiona battering parts of Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic overnight. So far, more than 1,000 rescues have been made since it made landfall in Puerto Rico. Many of those captured on camera, as you see there. Just a desperate situation as first responders carry people to safety. And just listen to that rain. What a powerful system. It's now a Category 3 hurricane with sustained winds of 115 miles per hour. This powerful storm inundating cities and washing away entire neighborhoods and knocking out power. Maryland's Task Force 1 is on their way to the island as we speak. Their team includes 35 fire and rescue members, as well as 15 FEMA support personnel. Stick with Fox 45's Weather Authority team for the latest here from the Live Center. That's the latest. Back to you, Tom and Pradeep.
Montana's health department is making big moves for the transgender community after the break, a judge's decision that challenges a former rule by the governor's administration.
After the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking us outside with a look at the fall foliage that is soon to get underway. 9:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:40. As we've mentioned this morning, fall starts in just 2 days. Well, so why did I do 3 fingers? 2 days.
It's been a long morning. That means changing of the leaves is just about here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's joining us outside. He's got the timeline of all the colors and when we can start seeing them. Out in the country, Justin, we're starting to see them already.
Yeah, that is pretty cool, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. I mean, we're here in the city on Traffic Jam Jimmy Way. I don't understand how the people at night do all those live shots out here. It's so loud. But either way, good morning to you. And yes, we are seeing just a few of the fall colors. I mean, I picked a couple of leaves. You can kind of see some green and some yellow and some orange as they blow away in the breeze. But most of the trees here in the city are still looking pretty green. However, in Western Maryland, already starting to see a few of those fall colors. Now, what we need, as I always talk about, is we need those warm, sunny days, similar to what we're going to have today, and then we need those nice, calm, cool nights. The good news is, with the fact that we've had an above average in terms of rainfall for this season so far, that means, and for the year, that means that we should have some good fall colors. We really weren't affected by the large drought that affected a large portion of the nation. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to get some really bright, vibrant colors, and hopefully they'll start popping pretty soon. From west to east, from north to south, that's how it's going to go. And eventually we're going to have that fall foliage map up in just a little bit. And you know, my sister still makes fun of me to this day, Tom and Patrice, because for years I called fall tinfoil. And apparently that's not the word. It's foliage. So now I know. So Marcy, you can just, she used to make fun of me all the time. She's probably watching right now. Marcy, it's foliage. I know. I get it. I still like foliage. I think that sounds better, but whatever.
Yeah, we're with your sister on this one.
I get it. Before I thought she was a bully. Now I think she's just correct.
All right, Justin.
There's a red cup behind you there, too, Justin. All right. It's out of this world what the newest images from the James Webb Space Telescope are revealing about the planet Mars.
You can probably see that red cup, too. First, though, a new bison calf born at the Oakland Zoo. How this new life is just one small step in a larger restoration project.
Went right to bison burgers.
9:43. Oh, my gosh. They're trying to restore them, not eat them. 9:45 in your national news. Republican lawmakers are standing by the decision to send migrants to sanctuary cities and blasting Democrats' outrage at their relocation.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has long pushed for changes to immigration and the path to citizenship.
On Twitter, she said it is appalling the far right decided to commit crimes against humanity before an election. Republican Representative Beth Van Dunen says shipping migrants has shed light on the humanitarian crisis at the border.
The other issue is you finally have Democrats who have been saying that there is no border crisis, open borders, sanctuary cities are great. You finally have those Democrat mayors finally saying we do have a crisis, this is an emergency.
Representative Ocasio-Cortez indicating that her district in New York City has and would continue to welcome migrants, illegal or not. However, New York City Mayor Eric Adams said the influx of migrants is causing the city system to become near its breaking point.
In Montana, the health department says it will allow transgender people to change the gender on their birth certificates. State health officials agreeing to follow the ruling handed down by a Montana judge last week. The judge's decision blocked a rule adopted by the Republican governor's administration that denied changes for transgender people, even if they went through gender confirmation surgery. The state previously said it would defy the judge's decision to temporarily allow the changes, but now says it will comply.
Well, now to a bright spot for your morning. Another birth gives more hope for a big return to a native species to the American West.
The Oakland Zoo says another baby bison has been born at the zoo, bringing the herd count there to 23, and that includes 8 calves.
Now, these bison will eventually be relocated to Montana as part of the zoo's bison restoration project. Project is in partnership with the native Indian Blackfeet Nation that began back in 2018. All right, we'll take a look at this breathtaking new look from Mars from the James Webb Space Telescope.
That telescope actually managed right here in Baltimore.
Yeah, unbelievable. The Webb telescope is actually capturing these images of Mars, one of the brightest objects in our night sky. Now, there are telescopes. These are the first images, the red planet, showcasing various features like Mars' dark volcanic rocks and 2 of the bigger impact craters.
NASA believes Webb is in the perfect position to capture even more about Mars, including its seasonal changes, dust storms, and weather.
Well, now we need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like here. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, nothing like Mars at all.
No, not at all. Maybe with our seasonal changes, they've got seasonal changes. We have those too, and we've got one coming up that's fall in just a couple more days. This morning, starting off with nice and comfortable fall-like temperatures. 74 with plenty of sunshine over the harbor. Winds are around 6 miles per hour, so really not too bad. A great start to the day. Across the state, we're seeing numbers in the 70s, 77 in Cambridge and in California. Those are our 2 warm spots right now, 60s as we look toward western Maryland. But as we reach the afternoon, those high temperatures go to the low to mid 80s. So it is going to be another warm day, and we're keeping that summery feel for another day. Tomorrow will be a hot one. Then as we make our way into the middle of the week, we've got a potent cold front coming through, and that's going to bring us that nice fall cool down as we head into the weekend. Notice once we get to the afternoon, we're still looking at plenty of sunshine, so it should be great for eating outside. Then by the afternoon, as kids head home from school, it still looks great. Temperatures are in the 80s. We'll stay quiet throughout the evening and overnight, but we'll wake up to more clouds around 7 a.m. tomorrow. By the afternoon, temperatures will be higher in the upper 80s, but we're still keeping that cloud cover. This will be a transition day as we get ready for our next weather maker. That will be this cold front moving through very early Thursday morning. It'll lead to our next chance for showers as we head later into the morning, so you may want your umbrellas. We're also keeping watch on Hurricane Fiona. That's a major hurricane expected to lead to heavy rainfall and possibly flooding across parts of Turks and Caicos, then strengthening into a Category 4 hurricane tomorrow. After that, it continues to journey toward Bermuda, hammering that island as well. But as it enters cooler northern Atlantic waters, it does start to weaken, but it has the potential to impact parts of Canada. We're keeping watch on 2 other areas. One in red has a high chance of formation, but we're not looking at any impacts from that. We're also watching this area in orange. It has a medium chance of formation over the next 5 days. That's an area that we will need to watch over the next few days. 85 for the high temperature with plenty of sunshine. Then tomorrow it gets even hotter, 87. We are looking at nice fall temperatures 82 on Thursday. That is, of course, the autumnal equinox. 71 on Friday, 74 on Saturday. Then we are back to the upper 70s and low 80s as we head into the upcoming week. Monday will be the next chance for showers. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. 9:51 in your consumer news. Our electric bills are set to rise even more as we're heading into these winter months.
La, 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 la. I don't want to hear that. The Energy Information Administration is expecting the residential price of electricity will drop 7.5% from last year. Eversource Energy, a utility company in the Northeast, has doubled its electric rates in New Hampshire and says it will remain at that level through January.
The National Energy Assistance Directors is forecasting the highest winter heating season in a decade with a 35% jump in costs.
A new Guinness World Record has been set for the world's longest line of sandwiches.
Charity organization Tango Charities was behind it, assembling 10,852 sandwiches.
I wonder how long that took. 1,000 volunteers joined in to lend a hand and be part of this historic moment. For Tango Charities, the best part is being able to donate more than 20,000 meals to kids in need.
What many people don't know is that there's over 260 food organizations all around North Texas, right? So we are the middle men, women, children, senior citizens that come together, that bring the food, that bring the meals, and we distribute it to our partner organizations to keep their shelves filled.
Now, Tango Charities is no stranger to world records. The organization holds a Guinness record for the most sandwiches made in 1 hour and another for the most people making sandwiches simultaneously.
They're pros at this. All right, one of America's most popular donut makers takes a stroll through fall picking places with new autumn treats.
All right, well, apples, pecans, or pecans, as some people say, maple, caramel, it's the only way to say that, and pumpkin are part of the Krispy Kreme's new Autumn Orchard collection.
That's all that matters there. Apple fritters, maple pecan cheesecake, spiced apple, salted caramel brownie, and pumpkin spice cake donuts are all in the sweet lineup. So why are we talking about this, but they're not here? Like this,
no, they're not.
We did this
Where's
wrong.
the bottom
This
box?
segment is not.
Yeah.
The seasonal specials are in store now, but only for a limited time. So we need to talk to our producer. Demi, are you listening? Let's make this happen.
Let's make it happen. A slightly cooler and drier afternoon in store with a warmer day tomorrow.
Still to come, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax takes a look at when the next cool down is on the way. That's in the final 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
It's a beautiful day over the harbor. We've got lots of sunshine and nice temperatures. We're in the 70s, low humidity. We'll heat up to the mid-80s. Then we've got one more day of summer, 87 tomorrow. Then for fall, starting on Thursday, 82. After that, our temperatures fall to the 70s over the weekend. Then next week, we're back to the low 80s and 70s after that.
I like that. I don't know if I like what's happening behind me. I'm not sure what's happening behind me.
It's a masked dinosaur.
Yeah, but why is it able to move?
Tomorrow, oh, sorry. It's whispering tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Masked Singer premiere.
That sounds strangely like Justin.
It does.